Magnani, diretor técnico do Parque Tecnológico de Santo André. E para complementar a mesa, chamo aqui o meu amigo, professor Marcelo Ferreira, professor da Universidade Federal de Goiânia, representando os patrocinadores. A partir desse momento, solicito que todos permaneçam em pé para ouvirmos e cantarmos o hino nacional. Please all stand up for the Brazilian National Anthem. Ok. Muito obrigado, senhores. Dando continuidade agora ao nosso evento, solicitarei para que cada integrante na mesa profira as suas primeiras palavras nesse simpósio. Então, o professor, o General Chair do simpósio, professor Dr. Joel Melo Truillo. Professor Joel, por favor.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Excelentíssimo señor Ricardo Magnani, director técnico del Parque Tecnológico de Santo André. En este acto representando al prefeito da cidade de Santo André, Paulo Serra. Excelentíssimo professor Dr. Fábio Furlan Ferreira, proreitor adjunto de pesquisa da Universidade Federal do ABC. En este acto, representando al reitor da UFABC, profesor Dr. Dacio Mateus, excelentíssimo professor Dr. Marcelo Ferreira Techi, da Universidade Federal de Goiás. En este acto, representando ao Centro de Excelência em Hidrogênio e Tecnologias Energéticas Sustentáveis, representando os patrocinadores do ISE 2023.
Ones that are representing the sponsors, and I extend my greetings to all the audience and participants. And I would like to briefly mention how the ISE was organized since last year in October. I had the opportunity to attend a meeting discussing the subject of energy, and now we saw the possibility of having this discussion in energy in Brazil. And then from the beginning of this year on, we started checking the possibility of holding this event that would talk about energy and renewable energy in Brazil. And now we are working close to many industries to discuss what would be attractive for this event. In March, we defined exactly what were the characteristics that this event should have. And then from there on, we had 7 or 8 months of working hard. And until now, we had some negative input because we didn't have a history in this event. And it was a really big challenge to hold an event like this with the characteristic that we were thinking about. But I decided together with the organizing committee, and we decided to do this because we trust our support, the support that we have. And I would like to ask you now that you would give a round of applause for the people that are here with me, because without the effort of all these people, all the staff, without the effort of our partners and also the support of our sponsors, we wouldn't be here today. So I would like a round of applause and to thank this support that we have received. And I don't want to extend myself too much. I would like to end my words now, and I would like to thank the students, because during the last months, the students have been with us and following up all our work. And one of the things that I'm very proud of is that all the time we were just looking forward to achieve our tasks, and the reason is that we are looking forward to integrate the academic sector, the universities and the companies, and also the public sector. And in each space, each block, you will see this interaction that we have. This is the difference in this event. It's not only an academic, because it's a technical scientific event, and we will be able to discuss with all these agents this sustainable movement in our society and in our country. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you, Professor Joel. And now we would give the floor to the Rectory of the UFABC, the in charge of research, Dr. Fabio. And my name is Fabio Furlan. Good morning. I am the research in charge of research in the university, and it's really a pleasure to be here, and I welcome you all, and I hope you have a very good event, and that we are able to have great discussions. And I would like to mention briefly that we have this commitment with sustainability, and this is our plan that we have, an institutional plan, and it started in 2013, and last year we really decided to implement it, and in 2019 also. And we created the Strategic Committee for Sustainability, very important committee, and that has this normative functions, and it's made up of the rectory of Professor Monica Schroeder, and also the representatives of all the 3 centers and the 7 pro-rectories of the university, and also other elements of the post-graduation course. And the role is very important, and a lot of decisions have been made, and one of these decisions that was very important was the concession of a mini power plant of photovoltaic, and we installed 14 panels in Santo André and São Bernardo, and this role is very important in terms of producing energy, and in a certain way you're able to provide energy, not completely, not as a whole, but it's not superior as the demand. And this excessive energy goes back to the grid. and this is very important. And we have been working on this for some years already. And I would like to end my speech, and I wish you all a lot of success, and also my colleagues here at the table. And you have some very important actors from the symposium, from the city of Santo André, and I welcome you all, and I wish you success. Thank you very much, Professor Fábio. And now, representing the City Hall of Santo André, Mr. Ricardo Magnani, the Technical Director of the Technological Park of Santo André. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Fábio, it's a pleasure to be here, back here with you. Professor Marcelo, thank you for visiting us. And you left your wonderful land of Goiás to come here and visit us. That's fantastic. And microphone. And we would like to promote this integration and government and companies. And we've been in innovation for a long time. And I can see Santo André as the really a successful city in this work. And it's great to be able to see all this going on and this municipal government supporting these initiatives and generating knowledge and transferring knowledge to the society, creating a good impact and having this watching the impact of this investment, the social investment in the development of our society. And the theme of this event, it's very important for us because it has to do with the stability of this power supply for a region that has a very big GNP for the country. And 20% of what we do here is related to the industrial activity and the petrochemical pool that we have here. And we have this responsibility to supply energy. And each time more, Brazil has the opportunity to be a very important player, both in industrial and sustainable, and being able to connect this integration, this connection of the industrial, you both using this other pathways to the renewal, but also for this clean matrix, energy matrix. And we are one of the leaders in the world of this renewable energy, and producing in the country is much more sustainable than producing in any other country that we can think of. And we have to really chase this and make this differential really a competitive factor to reindustrialize. And I was talking to Sérgio about this, to industrialize it in a new way also. And I would be very happy if I could leave this event today, during these 2 days, and leaving with proposals, demonstrators, and this pilot plants, also the use of renewable energy in order to make the industry more competitive and sustainable. And this technological park in the City Hall of Santo André, we have a partner here, and the access of these companies, the society, the city as a lab for us. This is our concept, this integration. And each time more, having this integrated system, an active system, this is what puts us forward in this technological park. And that's why we have been so successful in doing this. And this has been happening in the last 2 years. More than 50,000 reais in projects have been developed here in this ecosystem. And a lot of them has been done with the active presence of UFABC, and we see it more time in the faculty also integrated in all this work. And we talk about 100,000 students, and according to the survey, this is now 127,000 students that are enrolled in our region here in this college degree. And if we're able to transform this in innovation, development, and economical support, I am absolutely sure that our region will highlight the position in terms of being a more sustainable, having a more sustainable position inside the country and more successful, prosperous.
Thank you, Ricardo. And now the representative of the sponsors of this first International Symposium on Energy, Marcelo Ferreira Turgi, professor at the Federal University of Goiás, please. The floor is yours. Thank you, Sérgio. Good morning, everyone. My name is Marcelo Turgi, and I am here playing a double role on behalf of my own university, the Federal University of Goiás, and the more recent and just inaugurated Center of Excellence in this college on sustainable hydrogen and techniques, the SETICs. The investment of up to 24 million reais funded by the government of Goiás in the university shows that the state governments can contribute to the federal institutions in order to make research progress in border lines, like, for example, hydrogen. Those are part of this energy transition. So in Goiás and the western of Brazil, the state government, along with the federal university and other teaching institutions, I could call the federal institutes as well, we've worked to advance technologies, so-called the frontier technologies or future technologies, or technologies are the future, and we dare to enter areas that have been pretty well developed in other regions of our country. I was just some minutes ago talking with Ricardo. We have an excellent center on AI, for example. Goiânia is turning to be a reference when it comes to AI, and this happened, I would say, at the meteorical speed from 2019 onwards. And today we are entering the hydrogen. We know the challenge is different. They are more rather long-term research and investments, but we understand that our state and our region can't be falling behind this loop that can't be restricted to a few states. It must be a national strategy, and I think the federal government understands it this way too. Hydrogen should be profited at the best. And we are just born, we are starting to create our own structures. We understand this is an important space to show ourselves to the rest of the society, to introduce ourselves. And why not to the international sense? We are now having representatives from other countries and institutions, and tell them that we are arriving to make our part and collaborate in this innovation ecosystem, but we need to work on and build up. I'm really proud that we are starting our way in this innovation ecosystem, supporting the realization of this event in 2023. As Professor Joel said, it's a fruit of many months of work to arrive to this day today, so that this could actually happen We had accountant sponsors and supporters there to support us with these costs. And the SETI proposes this partnership representing the Federal University of Goiás, brother institution, to support the realization of this event along with the CEMIG and the PTI, but also beside important renowned institutions as FAPESTRI and the CNPq. So you can see a number of institutions collaborating to do something, and something I dare to say might not be unprecedented because we've been discussing the hydrogen for some time now, but you can see that in this green hydrogen discussions have been pretty much around businesses. Governments participate, but research and institutions and faculty must be present in this loop. I believe it is our obligation as a country to think about the formation of this workforce to work in this new industry. This event is doing its part in order to discuss the energy transition, to discuss hydrogen, to discuss the future of our energy matrix here in Brazil and all around the world. And it's really nice to have researchers from other institutions gathered who came here with all the support we were able to gather in this very first edition. To hold the first one is really hard, but without the first, we won't be able to do the second, the third, either the fourth. I'm sure this event will become an event that will be part of our academic events calendar and will help this country to build innovation and energy transition with hydrogen ecosystem that will become a benchmark for the rest of the world. So thank you very much for being here, and I thank you for the opportunity to do my part and help, in this event. Thank you, Professor Marcelo. Now, for the opening of the first symposium, I invite the General Chair, Professor Joel David Melo Trio for the official opening. Professor Joel, please. So, on the 22nd of November 2023, I officially inaugurate our first international symposium on energy, and I wish you a great event with lots of debates, plenary sessions, and having the great networking we're looking forward to. Let's have a great event. And now, please stand up for the national anthem of Brazil.
Ok, muito obrigado. E agora desface a mesa de abertura.
The official table for the inauguration is finished.
Solicito a todos que permaneçam como estão.
We are changing our presence and getting organized for the next debate in just a few minutes.
Para quem necessita de
For those who will rely on the simultaneous translation, we kindly request you to get your headphones just next door. The next debate will be held in English. Thank you.
Ok. Ladies and gentlemen.
Senhoras e senhores, para começar a sessão plenária de número 1, transição energética e impacto no setor, chamarei a nossa mesa de os seguintes palestrantes, o professor Blaž Kizohader. Desculpem se eu pronunciei o seu nome de maneira errada.
The second keynote speaker, Professor Paulo Sérgio Duque de Brito. Please. And to complete the table, Professor Emilio Nieto Gallego. Please, professors, take your seat. Each keynote speaker will have 15 minutes to complete the speech, and I will read some highlights of the speakers today. Professor Likozar will spoke about the twin transition of chemical renewable energy storage reactions by multi-scale modeling simulations. Multi-scale modeling is a nascent technique which uses well-developed methods for describing chemical processes at different scales. It is being used for producing digital twins of systems, which can help in catalyst discovery, reactor design, or process optimization. Herein, we present the case of hydrogen production, which is becoming increasingly important for decarbonization of the society. We show how different methods of multi-scale modeling can be used and what will be gleaned from them. Please, Professor Likozar, light us about your speech.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you again for inviting me. The presentations actually were split in two parts, and today, tomorrow I'll be speaking about the most renowned or let's say flagship projects in the field of hydrogen production, storage and usage in terms of Green Deal or let's say green transition. And today I'll be talking about another topic that's pretty close to our heart, and this is namely the digitalization, digital twinning and multi-scale modeling. And I will also tell you why. In Europe, this is called the twin transition, and this in essence is telling something about that you cannot have. Oh, yeah, I can say this. Yep. Yeah, and why twin transition? Well, namely because you cannot have, or it's difficult to have, the green transition without digitalization. And this is, I'm a chemical engineer, I come from the chemical sector, but we are hardly stepping in the energetics and the energy sector. Why? Because traditional chemical engineering and processing is very steady by its nature. Everything should be the same most of the time except for startup and shutdown. When we are entering the era of green transition with hydrogen, with electrification, if we want to make a good business case, means that we have to use hydrogen or electricity when it is relatively cheap. And this is typically not a steady type of operation. You need to ramp up, ramp down, and so on. That's why it's important to know what's happening on various scales. On the atomic level, if you're not chemist, you'll need to recap your high and primary school chemistry. Then mesoscale on the extended surface of the catalyst, and this is, for example, also interesting in solar energy harvesting. And then once you come to the unit operation and plant scale. And since it's quite brief, I'll try to be brief as well. Aha, you're shifting, okay. Aha. No. Maybe it's just slow, but. Also you can shift it, I'll. Yeah. Move forward, please. Next. Okay, so this is Slovenia, for those of you that don't know. So we are very conveniently located between Italy, Austria, and east of Europe. And, well, I'm sorry, Portugal is not. There's a bit of Spain visible there. We need to cut somewhere. Okay, next, please. So this is Slovenia and Ljubljana. We're quite small. I think our whole population is less than Sao Paulo. And this is the institute. It's a kind of patchwork of many different buildings put together once along the time when the institute grew. Next, please. So what is multi-scale modeling? Multi-scale modeling is in essence a tool of digitalization that helps us to understand the processes at many different scales. So why is this a challenge? Well, it's a challenge because the software in its crude form, or the equations that we use for describing in various scales, are in essence very diverse. And I will today mostly be talking about the multi-scale modeling as applied to chemical engineering, catalysis, or the chemical energy conversion and storage, Nonetheless, multi-scale modeling can also be applied to various other fields, also mechanical engineering. Well, actually the fluid flow, as an example, if there are any mechanical engineers here, is a multi-scalar challenge in itself. If you're looking at turbulent flow, you will have small eddies, medium eddies, large eddies, you'll have a continuum. So even the non-reactive flow is in essence a multi-scale modeling challenge. And these are the typical scales. So quantum chemistry really solving the partial differential equations of where the electron energy densities are, and then all the way to actual plant scale operation. Anybody dealing with that will know how to do it in Aspen as an example. Next, please. Just skim through this. I've explained this all already. Next, next, next. Yeah. Next. The challenge of multi-scale modeling by that part is mostly because the scales in terms of dimensions are different and the scales in terms of time are different. And if anybody is dealing with modeling and the mathematics here, especially the numeric one, they will know that different temporal scales will mean extremely stiff, numerically stiff problems. And that's also the key of multi-scale modeling. Well, coming now to the first example. So thermocatalytic ammonia synthesis. Well, why is it a challenge? I mean, we know everything there is about Haber-Bosch, right? It's highly integrated, it's operating in multiple spaces all over the world. But if we want to consider ammonia in terms of decentralized hydrogen storage, which is one of its very interesting purpose, and also being liaised or nexused with fertilizer production, obviously, the traditional Haber-Bosch process is off the table. I mean, we can take some parts of it, of course, but nonetheless, the catalyst will have to be different, the process will have to be different, the thermal integration, if any, will have to be different. Please proceed. So on atomic level, when we are looking at decentralized ammonia synthesis, we typically have to drive down the temperatures, we have to drive down the pressure, because we don't have the leisure of the centralized integrated Haber-Bosch operating at multiple hundreds of bars and multiple hundreds of degrees centigrade. So for this different process, obviously we need to find the catalyst, the thing that will make our process work. And this is what we can do with multi-scale modeling. We are looking at the whole mechanism, all the elementary steps that are working, but this is not enough. And that's why multi-scale modeling is important. Typically, you will have some physical chemists doing atomic scale simulations, but they don't know what happens in a reactor. And then you have reactor chemical engineers that have some, at best case, macro kinetic expressions that they don't know whether those will be applicative to another catalyst. So it is a challenge. Next, please. Okay, so this is just how it's done. We can skip that. We basically need to look at different surfaces, different reactions. This is just one example of nitrogen dissociation. Next, next. Okay, and this is now coming to mesoscale. So, and this is just for an example of ruthenium. If we know the first principles calculations for simple ruthenium planes, and we then want to do something that's realistic, so this is the way the catalyst actually look. You will have different particles of different morphologies spread over the support surface, and of course you need to do a kind of sampling, a kind of reconstruction of how these reactions will perform on these different surfaces. Next, please. Yeah, and you might imagine, of course, it's not just one morphology, it's not just one size, it's not just one plane. What you do in the best case, the best of worlds, you basically look under a TEM how your population of particles is constructed, you reconstruct them in silico, and then you do the simulations, and for all the surfaces you will have the kinetic and thermodynamic parameters. Yeah, so this is a kind of, in terms of TRLs, I would say we are working on 4 to 5. But then, of course, what you want to do in the long run is you know, merge it all together. So synthesis, can't you do it all together? I mean, harvesting with nitrogen reduction, of course, without critical raw materials. This is an example still with critical raw materials, but that's the ultimate goal. Well, I mean, there are several challenges on the way. That's why this is TRL1, because doing excited states in silico modeling is extremely challenging. This is something that, for example, that we're also doing. You can skip. This is the basic challenge. So it's not a conventional density functional theory modeling. It's time-dependent DFT and it's delta SCF DFT, and this is extremely time-consuming. You need to have supercomputers to do this. Please. Just an example of ruthenium on a basic semiconductor material, the titania. You can also do it on other. You can do it on heterojunction type materials. Of course, you need to repeat everything. I won't go into details, but it's extremely tedious and time-consuming. But this is the way you are actually discovering materials or validating how they actually work if you have a good ones already. Next. Adsorptions, kinetics, and so on, all from first principles. Next. And of course, as a first descriptor, so in modeling, you're typically talking about descriptors. The easiest types of descriptors are band gaps. These will tell you something about the excitations. And this is what people are mostly doing nowadays in terms of predictors. And there's, for example, UV spectra absorbance predictions. But of course, this is far from enough. You need to have all the adsorption. You need to have whole mechanisms to see how material will actually perform. Next. Nowadays, a lot of people are talking about carbon-free economy or low-carbon economy and so on. But what we need to consider is that we need carbon. Now more than ever, we just shouldn't emit it in the air. We should capture it first at concentrated sources. Then at some point, if we have extreme surplus of money, we'll be pumping it from air. But of course, for the plastics, for everything that we have, in addition to the recycling, so for example, even nowadays, if Europe is recycling all the plastics that we actually get, it's still not enough. So we need to do something with the CO2 that we have. And again, the mature use case is having PV panels, having electrolysis, having oligomerization or polymerization that can lead up to ethylene, Fischer-Tropsch cuts, sustainable aviation fuels, but at some point also polyethylene as an example. And again, here the lower end TRL research is aiming at putting it all together. One of the things that we're also doing, this is similar to ammonia. So how can we harvest light, do the reduction of CO2, and avoid hydrogen evolution? And this is basically intensification of merging three steps all together. And in this case, it's not ruthenium, it's copper with semiconductor materials. Yeah, please produce. Again, it's time-dependent DFT, extremely challenging in terms of computational power. And of course, here, as opposed to ammonia, anybody dealing with CO2 reduction, photo, electro, or thermocatalytic will know a vast network of reactions that are here. Format pathway, reverse water gas shift, oligomerization, CC coupling, methanol, syngas, everything. And of course, you need to simplify it and you need to look at the products you're getting out experimentally. And this is an example of things we are doing. Okay, next. Again, in silico sampling of the material, copper on top of it, and then simulation of the adsorption of CO2, adsorption of water, all the chemical steps entailed, leading to syngas, methanol, whatever you want. Coupling this with the mesoscale, so extended surfaces, microkinetics, to see how this performs in a kind of two-dimensional photocatalytic reactor. Okay, please move on. And this is done by either type of approaches with which you actually see, this is nice to be illustrated, you see what your rate determining step is, to see what's covering your, what's actually blocking your surface. And the microkinetics will tell you how the evolution of compounds is done over time. And this is extremely challenging for one material already, let alone if you want to screen the materials and see which one is the best one. Okay? And of course, it's, as mentioned, photocatalysis, but in some instances, of course, electrocatalysis is more desired. For example, especially the electroreduction of CO2 on copper to ethylene or such products is a kind of more mature than photocatalytic ones. And in these cases, of course, needless to tell you that if you're doing thermal reduction of CO2, electroreduction or photoreduction, the cases are completely different. Thermal catalysis is gas phase. Electrocatalysis, you'll have electrolyte, whether it's PM type, whether alkaline or something else. You will have to simulate all the resistances within the electrolyte and, of course, the evolution of bubbles on the surface. And in this case, again, you want to avoid the hydrogen evolution as opposed to the competitive CO2 reduction. Okay? So the molecular dynamics that we use, why are they useful? Ammonia is typical such example. You will have some reactions that are very useful to be implemented in confined spaces. Zeolites, mesoporous carbons, silica, and so on. And in these cases, the DFT alone does not allow you to simulate it. You will need molecular dynamics or more challenging reactive molecular dynamics to actually see what kind of structure you're having and how your constrained molecules will behave in order to see the macromolecular behavior which you actually want to interpret. Okay? This is how it's done. So you are, for 20, it's a nice illustration, for 20 nanoseconds you need 11 days on 28 CPUs. Okay, next. Okay, this is just the continuation. With this, we are, for example, discovering the sorbent materials for ammonia because we want to go to sorption-enhanced ammonia synthesis to avoid the thermodynamic constraints. Oh, next one. Next. Of course, size of the system will be very dependent, and this is just a kind of illustration how this is scaled, how number of atoms will reflect in how long we'll actually have to calculate. Next. So now we're coming to the reactor scale. This is still one unit operation. So this is a kind of illustration how reduction to methanol actually works. And this depiction is nice because the color actually illustrates you how frequent some of the routes are. So this is something, for example, the DFT and molecular dynamics will not tell you. For this you need the kinetic type of approaches. Next. And here, of course, the computational fluid dynamics enter into game, which means that intrinsic kinetic approaches will not help you much if you have extremely mass, momentum, and other transport resistant challenges. And you need to sometimes integrate the CFD, either simplified or again, first principles developed. These are just some examples. Reforming, fuel cell, vast mixing vessels of multiple cubic meters, microreactors, and so, or packed beds. Okay? Membrane reactors, why we use them? Again, they are very useful because they can be used for intensification. Methanol synthesis, ammonia synthesis are typical such examples. Okay. I'm coming now to the conclusion, more or less. This is just how it's mostly done. So even the packing of the bed is very challenging. Next. And with this, of course, you can see various positions, various time frames, how evolution of all the species that you have are actually produced in a reactor. Next. And yeah, as mentioned before, even the CFD in itself is multiscalar. And this is multiscalar issues of CFD and then with the reactions combined. Okay, next. And of course, we are applying, and it's important to apply Occam's razor principle. So the most complex model is not obviously always the best. You should use the simplest one that will do the job. Okay, next. And this membrane type reactor is useful for that. you should use plug flow or something like that if it's better. Okay, next. So this is my final slide, the take-home message. Multi-scale modeling, well, by definition, it's at least 2 methods, but typically it's better if you have more. It integrates different scales. And then the last one that's most important, or the last 2 are the most important ones. The experiment is always king. So the modeling is, if you have good modeling, it's an excellent support to experimentation, to piloting, whatever you have, but you need to do it. Just the modeling is not the answer. And of course, the last one is garbage in, garbage out. If you have unreliable modeling, if you have bad experiments, you're going to get nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Likozar. And now, please, Professor, if you can sit in the room, maybe it's better to see the next presentation. As at the end, I will call you to the table. Thank you very much. And now I will call Professor Sérgio Duque de Brito for his presentation, and he will enlighten us about hydrogen renewable gases produced from waste, one way to the transition to near zero emission. It's just a moment. I need to take off my glasses. It is intended to approach the production of hydrogen and renewable gases from waste materials by applying different types of technologies, but with a focus on thermal gasification technologies. An approach of this type of makes it possible to solve problems in terms of waste management, forestry, agriculture, domestic, industrial, and ordering territories, creating value, and promoting the energy vector of hydrogen. A set of demonstrations projects that have been developed to our research center in Europe are presented. Please, Professor Brito, make your presentation.
Muito obrigado. Penso que vou falar em português. Sou português de Portugal, Paulo Brito.
Thank you, Sérgio, for your introduction, and I would like to thank for the invitation, Professor Joel, and to be able to attend this event talking about energy. And I would like to greet you all and my student back there, Dr. Victor, that is here today. He's also here attending. Thank you very much for your presence, and I would like to start my presentation.
Este é do meu colega Emilio.
This is my colleague Emilio. I greet you also, Emilio. Hi.
Muito bem. Então, pronto, eu chamo-me Paulo Brito, sou do...
My name is Paulo Brito.
Está relacionada com
this presentation is related to this renewable gases, and especially talking about hydrogen, methane,
a partir de materiais residuais.
From residual materials. And my presentation is divided in 3 parts. So in the beginning, I will talk about our center, Valoriza, and then I'll talk about these technologies of thermal gasification, and I will talk about some projects that we have and that we are currently doing in our investigation center. And then I will talk about some projects that are more related to production of renewable gases, and tomorrow I'll be talking about some projects that we are also developing in terms of the application of these gases, of these renewable gases, and especially hydrogen, and how we can apply these gases. This Valoriza is an investigation center of this Polytechnical Institute. In this map, you see all Europe, okay? and I didn't leave any country out, like you left Portugal out in your slide. Is, we have this city called Porto Alegre, just the same name of the Brazilian city, Porto Alegre, and it's close to Spain and the border with Spain. And we have this very small institute, the Polytechnical Institute, and these Polytechnical Institutes in the English language, we call them the Polytechnical University. Polytechnical University. These are institutes that in Portugal we have this college system and the Polytechnical. The Polytechnical is more applied, it's more developed for the industry, and they have, some people here have already mentioned some visits that they did to our institute. So it's related to working with the industry, and all the projects that I will be showing here are related to the industry, both the regional industry and the national industry, and I will show you many projects. The Polytechnical Institute, they have, I am a faculty of this technical school also, and we developed together with other companies, a spin-off companies that in the end, they are the result of this
projetos de empresas que querem e que precisam do apoio das competências técnico-científicas do
técnico. They are related to the competences of a technical scientific, and this is related to the investigation center, where you have 3 areas of work. This is to value and the endogenous products that we have in our region. And we have 3 areas. We have one area that's really focused on the issues related to our territory, especially that zone of Portugal that has very few people, because people leave that area and they go to other big cities like Lisbon, Porto, close to the coast. And we have a lot of density, population density problems. And there are some questions that have to be studied, and we have to create solutions for these problems. And we have also another area that is an agriculture, and we have a second line of work in terms of sustainability that's related to this agriculture issues for the efficiency of the use of water, and hydrogen is included here, and issues related to the sustainable agriculture. And also we have this third area. I am this coordinator of this investigation center, and I am also coordinator in this specific area, and it's related to energetic questions, but it focused in this valorization of the grids and the different technologies, and we convert in something that is useful, specifically talking about gases. We work a lot with this, and waste to energy, waste to gas, and this renewable gases like hydrogen, and based on these waste products. And we have also worked with this hydrogen reactor. We are living in a period, a very difficult period in terms of humanity, for humanity, this climate changes that we have been facing, when we have a lot of theories, big theories that are being shown, and the planet is looking for a new balance, and this balance has not been very favorable for us. So we have clearly to take other reactions, and Europe has been working with other countries in Europe, and we have very well-defined objectives, and we have many programs that are being implemented, and the objective is to reach 2050 with climate neutrality, and we don't have much time until we reach 2050, and there are a set of actions that have to be taken, and one of them is this the reduction of the emissions of these renewable gases, and we have to really work hard on this in terms of this renewable energies, and we have to continue with this effort in terms of the fuels that we have been using. And here, there is a big interest in the biofuels, and Brazil is a pioneer in this, right? But there is a second generation of these biofuels that can be used, for example, the hydrogen, that has a very important role in terms of other renewable and methane and other fuels that we mentioned that have been mentioned here, like ammonia, for example. And we also need, it's not only looking to the fuels, but also the circular economy, because actually we need more resources, and then we apply these resources, and then this drives us to have more waste from all these sources, right? So, and we can realize here that we have to create ways to value these waste in a way so that there is a serious work being done in terms of working with this waste. But there are some problems that still have to be worked on in a way of reusing them. In Portugal, for example, I will show you some data, but around 50% of what we produce in terms of domestic waste, not only domestic but industrial, 50% end up in these landfills, and without any way of valuing this waste. And we had to we would have to increase the landfills, which is not possible. So the ones that we have are already completely full, and we have to work on this perspective, how we can look at those wastes, and that it's not a waste anymore, and it becomes a product that I can reuse it. So talking about transportation now, and I'll talk about the hydrogen, and there are two components that are very important. Professor Emilio will talk about this in more detail. It's a competitor in terms of renewable energy, and we call it the green hydrogen that can be produced from renewable sources. And we mentioned that hydrogen, the hydrogen that I will mention here doesn't have a color. Nobody has really set a color, and the legislation yet, for example, the green hydrogen is wind or photovoltaic. So most of the wastes that can produce hydrogen, they don't have a color yet that has been specified. And on one side, we see that we have to increase the efficiency of the electrical system so that we can have this production, renewable production, and hydrogen have a series of ways that we can use it, and decarbonization. We have to work with transportation, and tomorrow I will show you some ideas that we have been working on. And when we talk about hydrogen and mobility, we also think about this fuel cells. Professor Milton will talk about this for sure. And tomorrow I will be talking about other applications of this internal combustion engines. But hydrogen can be used directly in terms of transportation, and the industrial part is also very important, using the hydrogen in plants, because a lot of materials that are in this room, for example, but most of the rooms that are here, materials that are here in this room, are including our clothes. There is hydrogen in the process of production, right? Okay, so it is an essential material used in the production of the industry, right? So if I'm using hydrogen that is not renewable, for example, whatever color it is, if it's black or brown or whatever color it takes, this hydrogen that comes from non-renewable sources like coal, for example, and I can use the green hydrogen, and this is an essential point in terms of the strategy for hydrogen, because when we talk about hydrogen, we center our idea in terms of the production of hydrogen, but I think that effectively what we really need we have to start in terms of starting. It's a problem with the egg and the chicken, right? Okay, so we have to think about the application. Where will I be using this hydrogen? Where will this hydrogen be used? This decarbonization of the industry is very important, and there are the hydrogen can be used for energy and heat, and I will be talking about this in more detail today, talking about the fuel cells. This allow us, and this really allow us to produce energy or heat, like 90% already that can be used. And the hydrogen can also be used in the industrial part, as I mentioned, and it's clearly used, in fact, in synthetic fuels. And hydrogen, it has a very vast field in terms of use. So this allows us to have this decarbonization of our society. What I wanted really to say, we talked about hydrogen, but actually we have to talk about hydrogen. It's not going to be all about hydrogen. We have to work with a mix in the different schemes of energy, different fuels, and so on. We're always talking about a mix. The hydrogen, I brought some data here, 44% of hydrogen that is produced of this fuel cells, that's the green hydrogen, right? We have this hydrogen that is produced from many other sources like natural gas, for example, and these are the main applications of the hydrogen. And there's no doubt about that hydrogen can be used with this decarbonization of the industry. We talked about the hydrogen, we talked about other gases, and this is, I will briefly talk, we can produce hydrogen with many different technologies, and we can produce based from the natural gas, oil, and other chemical processes. It can be this with purification. We can then go on to hydrogen, right? And these are renewable energies about electrolyzers that can also lead us to produce hydrogen. And these electrolyzers, there's a big advantage here. This is a hydrogen with a very high level of purity. It's a pure hydrogen, and we can use it in these fuel cells that usually use these fractions of hydrogen with very different levels of purity. So the issue here is related to the catalyzers, right? With platinum, and the pure hydrogen will also affect less also these equipment, in specifically those fuel cells that work at low temperature. And I would like to mention this central zone here specifically, other technologies that have been used to produce hydrogen. This is the biomass that use this biochemical process, and also this thermal chemical process. And I would like like to mention here a way, and based on my point of view, or based on the point of view of my investigation center, and there's a role or a weight that is important in terms of the production of renewable hydrogen and the decarbonization issue. And when we talk about hydrogen and renewable gas, we have to talk to the biogas. We have to talk about the biogas, and Brazil has a lot of projects related to biogas. I know this, and we don't have this in Portugal yet. Biogas that we produce is not very much, and the biogas can be produced in many ways. We can produce biogas from waste, and a gas that is rich in methane, also CO2 included here, and also we can produce in this process of aerobic that we can reach a higher percentage of methane, and we can get close to the gas natural by doing this. And the logical here in using this biomass materials, the composition of the anaerobic of effluents, organic materials, and we're talking about the landfills that I mentioned. And we need to have an upgrade of this gas, so to go to the methane and be able to take out the CO2, right? We have technology for that, right? And that's the case in Portugal right now, that we have this biomethane in the natural production distribution that we have in the country. And this is an alternative for the natural gas. In Portugal is way behind in this aspect. We have some data here. Portugal is way behind in this aspect. And Spain also is not one of the leading countries too. So these are the leading countries that are in this production of biomethane. This is the curve of growth in terms of Europe. There was an expressive growth from 2011, but in some way it's slowing down, this growth now. And this is important to mention is Republican U, which is a big program in Europe for decarbonization, and also this is an objective that in 2030 we would be producing 10 times more biomethane than what we produce in 2020. So this is pretty close, right? Okay, we have to work a lot, right? So this is a big bet in terms of Europe, and especially for a country like Portugal that has this agriculture industry. This is a big challenge for us, and also in terms of investment, and foreign investment in this area also is important. We have some difficulties. I'm not going to be mentioning it today, but specifically talking about legislation. We have those legislation for the renewable gas, but there's always that little bit, that little shit that happens in the whole thing. And we've talked a lot about other companies, but actually they are kind of afraid of going ahead because the legislation doesn't allow us to inject directly in the grid. So there always this difficulty. It's more related to legislative problem, and I know you have this problem also here in Brazil, and this legislative issue in Europe and other countries, that's really a problem for us, and we have to improve that. And as you know, our government in Portugal is shaking a little bit, right? So I hope this doesn't delay us in the process. And talking about this production technologies, we have been working in terms of gasification, the technologies of the gasification, and we are also talking about this concrete terms and this thermal gasification gasification. This thermal gasification is a technology that allows us to get this biomass or waste and solid material. Also, through this thermal action, we can convert all this material in this organic material with different compositions, and then we transform there in the thermal way to have and other like methane, carbon monoxide, and so on. So this is done with different technologies, and one of them is probably the easiest one is the oxygen way. Just a little small quantity of oxygen, 20-25%, and this allows us to have this energetic reactions, and this would allow us to have 800 degrees, and we could convert all these organic composition in a gas that's much more simpler. And these are the four principles. If I'm able to do this gasification with water vapor, this would allow me to have this reactions that would give better results. Also, I can have this gasification only with oxygen instead of using the oxygen from the air. This is creating a much richer gas that I could introduce in my system in an isotope. And we have some projects that we're putting together in terms of production of the green hydrogen through electrolysis, that we produce hydrogen and oxygen, and this oxygen can be used in process of gasification, and the gas afterwards has to be cleaned and receive an upgrade in a way so that I can remove, like since we work at a temperature of 800 degrees, and these I can have like tar and sulfur that I have to remove. So we already have technology for that. And then we have to work on an upgrade, a key, and then I have the possibility to produce in a waste, for example, the Fischer-Tropsch, this ethanol process. I can have this bio refinements to have this other product. And the TRL, we are working in a chat. TRL chat in terms of this thermal gasification, but I'm still working with the hydros and biomass. If I use this thermal, we've been using it for decades, and the hydrogen have been produced this way. This petrochemical industry, this TRL7 is related to projects in the area of this gasification of these materials. We have a set of projects that are under development right now, and related to gasification and unities of gasification that are smaller, but we have other projects with a certain dimension that the demonstration projects right now. And briefly or quickly, I would say that the potential is fantastic. We have a lot of waste. We have been doing many studies related. And Portugal, there is a very serious problem in these areas that are not with a lot of people. Our forests are completely abandoned right now. We have this really dry heat in Portugal, and we have these forest fires, okay, that destroy our forests. And if we think about this abandonment of the forest, that is not good for anyone. and we can look at this as a value, a product, as a raw material for us that can be used in this technology in order to produce hydrogen and other gases. So this has a really big potential, and the central zone of the country. And I'm not talking about the wood, I'm talking about cleaning the forest. And this is the kind of situations that we have been working on, and I will be talking about more specific projects. So I think my time is short, right? Okay. And this agriculture issue, this agriculture in Portugal is fantastic. We have a really good capacity of valuing our waste. Just to give you a simple example here, and we increase our olive oil production, and we have this fantastic growth because in the south of the country we had this dam that has dynamized this production and the production of olive oil, and also the waste from these olives. They are used in there are tons that are not being used. We don't know exactly what to do with this waste of olive oil. So if we talk about the potential is fantastic in terms of using these materials for the production of renewable gases, hydrogen, and etc. And also we have these solids that go to the landfills. We have to increase the production of this waste in a generic way.
Sabemos o que fazer com ela e temos estado aqui também a trabalhar no sentido de não ter toda esta fração convertê-la em gases. E há uma vontade grande também do governo português em apostar na área de resíduos plásticos, combustíveis derivados dos resíduos. Claro, então, alguns projetos que temos estado a desenvolver.
We have been developing some projects, and this is acknowledging this Y hydrogen, and we have been working with three big European institutions, the PTH in Sweden, in Winete in Brazil, and the KIT. Institute of Technology da Alemanha. To the technology from Germany. And the logic of this project is to get all these waste materials and analyze the potential for the production of hydrogen and its application in electrochemical processes. PTH is very important, and the gasification, the kit, in terms of upgrading the gas or cleaning up of the gas, and also working with Italy and INEA in Italy. And this is a process that have been providing good results and very clear results, especially in Portugal, in terms of watching or analyzing what is the potential of the use of these wastes. And this is a Y Full Up. This is a European project with many European partners, and we are working on the gasification of this waste from the forest and also waste from landfills. And this other area that I haven't mentioned is this: we don't have an investment in these areas that are being taken to landfills and this microbiological process. And we have been working also in terms of why not degasify these landfills. And we are thinking of using this This technology permits us to, instead of using water, using oxygen, and then, as I mentioned before, and also have this absorption and S gasification to CO and the calcium with this agent that will remove the CO2 and would be a system in a loop. And this will allow me to produce this gas that is very rich in hydrogen and methane. This process is connected to an electrolyzer. This is a neutralizer of solid oxide, and this will produce hydrogen. And this pioneering process also that will the biomethane will be produced. This will later be injected in the network, also used for mobility. This is a very important area of natural gas, and this is basically being studied to be used in mobility. This is the unit, this picture where we work in our facilities, and we already have a model ready in terms of this degasification. All this other institutes that are working with us. And we've been using, in this specific city, we are using this fuel for the trucks in this city. That's an experiment that we have been working on. So all these waste and also the mud that is being used. And so we already have 5 megawatts and already with a certain dimension. And this makes sense, for example, for a city, a smaller city that can be used. And another project that is also European, we are the coordinators of this project, that this is the biograph. And the objective is to produce different materials, starting from this biomass products that produce gas, produce bio oil, and bioshed. There are two concepts that are very original here, and this is part of our strategy in terms of the practical application. The first strategy is to the Gushlat. This is pyrolysis with the Schlatic concentration. And using this concentration, it's a very important component for the energy for the pyrolysis. As you know, pyrolysis is between gasification and combustion, and it has a lower temperature. It doesn't use oxygen, so it's a thermal process. I need a thermal source to have pyrolysis. So, and another part is related to the size of the unit. So we see it that big units are important. We need them to dynamize some strategies, but we are working now in smaller units. We work with waste. There are smaller units that are closer to the source, and this is a pilot project of the mobile unit, and the objective is that we can move it close to the waste and do the first part of the processing exactly in the field. And after what is being produced, it goes for other units so that we can have the upgrade. Okay, my time is over, and I will end now. Okay, the Resist, it's a project. We have been involved. Almost 20 European countries are involved, and we have this big project in our region, and we are looking forward to go after these resources. And this is in the central part of the country, and I intend to have this approach very close to the people, to the communities. This is an applied project to small villages, and that have a set of people that have these forest activity and agriculture activity, and we want that all these people can help for this gathering of this agriculture waste. And with this waste, it goes in this biorefinery, this unit that I show you here. This is our lab. This is a pilot unit that we have developed and we have been working on it. And this allows us to have all the processing and the production of gas here. The idea is that we can be able to utilize completely this material in the production of this renewable gases with focusing in hydrogen through mobility and industry too. And okay, I apologize, but for taking so long. But I would like to mention these other 3 projects, and we think that we talked a lot about the industries, right? So there are a lot of knowledge about these technologies, and in Portugal we're dealing with hydrogen. We have this academy related to hydrogen with a partnership with different institutions and plants. We have also these courses that we provide, and also we have this lab in Portugal, what we call the collaborative labs. The collab labs for refineries. It's an association of this investigation institute and companies that work in the sector. These are the leading companies in Portugal in terms of fuels like Magal, Etal, etc. And this is another action of costs in this biorefineries, and it's open for Brazilian investigators or Brazilian businessmen that want to participate. It's open for you too. And we have 4 groups of work related to this raw material, and other group related to technologies, and other group related to other products. And now I finally end, and I invite you all for this conference in Spain next year, and it's related to this systems and bioenergy, and we will have a united organization, and this is related to the biomass, because this is extraordinary related to the Amazon too. Okay, thank you very much, and I apologize for extending myself, but I am available if you need some clarifying.
Yeah, please, professor, take your seat.
Por favor, professor, ocupe seu assento na sala. Agora chamo o professor Felipe Nieto Gallego. Ele vai nos iluminar sobre projetos desenvolvidos pelo Centro.
The Spanish National Hydrogen Center is a national research center devoted into research and development of hydrogen technologies covering the whole cycle: hydrogen production, hydrogen storage and purification, and hydrogen conversions into energy using fuel cells. Professor, you have the floor, please.
Hello, good morning, and thank you. First of all, I think if we have time only to look my face, and later on we will receive the presentation, because I have how many time is... you advise me, because I have the same problem that Paulo. If I start talking, it will be not having time for having lunch. But thank you for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. And we have 2 presentations, the first one for today and the next one for tomorrow. And today I will concentrate the presentation in showing you how will be the main projects we are working in Spain, in order to you to know how will be the main application and the main lines. That is, of course, some of them are the traditional one, and some of them are different than the rest one. So if you pass the slides, please, the next one. So some words about our center. The center is located in Puerto Llano. Puerto Llano is 250 kilometers to the south of Madrid, and is an institution who is a blending between the university and the technological center, working in hydrogen and fuel cell only, let's say. So we are starting in 2007, so you can imagine that 16 years working on hydrogen is not so easy, but we had the chance, in order to share the ownership of the center, who belongs to the administration, between the central government and also the regional parts. So it's I think the only European center who belongs to the administration to perform activities into the hydrogen, because the rest of the center are not only working in hydrogen, are working in some more, let's say, renewable techniques, and we are concentrated covering the whole value chain. So this means that has been working covering the whole value chain. We are I think now 75, 76 people, and the majority of them are high degree level, so in engineering, chemical engineering, industrial engineering, and also out of them we are around 30% of the people who has the PhD degree. That also you can see that in Spain is an obligation in order you to want to participate in the next part of the say. So covering the whole value chains. With what? With this number of the labs, and please the next one is it should be also our the next slide is our strategic lines, and you can see that we are working in the production, of course, quite focused on green production, I mean renewable production of the hydrogen, but we can have some labs in order also to work in another alternative process like bio process in order to have some biohydrogen, or also photoelectrocatalysis, and of course working with some reforming, try to improve and optimize the current process we are using now in the industry. Once you are producing the hydrogen, how to store, and we are working not only under pressure but with liquid hydrogen, with different alternatives and different materials who are able in order to integrate within the structure of the hydrogen. Of course, working in different labs in all the different technologies from the solid oxide and polymeric fuel cell, and also what is called power to gas project. That is the project that Paulo has been already presenting to you, and we will also show you some examples. So once you have produced, stored, and to know how to transfer this hydrogen into the energy, you go to the applications, not only for mobility but also for stationary applications, and you will see some projects who are working in different applications. And the last two corners of the strategic lines is not in the corner because are less important, are of course quite important. As you can see, this is the safety and standards, and we have a challenge, a real challenge in the world, not only in Europe, in order to develop the new standards needed in order to comply with this. A huge amount of tons we can play in the future with the green hydrogen, and also the what is called in English cross-cutting, and cross-cutting is a very huge box of everything. So all the society information, all the diffusion and dissemination, all the techno-economical analysis, all the consultancy work and formation work, this is under this box, and we are also covering with the next. So this is only for your information. This is the whole hydrogen value chain, and I will try in order to put some examples into the different parts of the value chain. And you can see also is considered the red part like a blending or trying to integrate the hydrogen with the gas network as an easy way in order to make the transportation of this hydrogen. It's more or less, yesterday we were discussing during the visit at Unipar, but you can consider that more or less 30% of the cost of the hydrogen will be related with the transportation from the place you are producing the hydrogen to the place you are using. So this is, you will see also in a map of the applications and the projects in Spain, that as close as possible you are with the production of the hydrogen, at least at this first stage, it will be the most interesting part. So the first application, please, the next one, it should be use the hydrogen in order to work and try to improve the efficiency of the renewables. You know that the renewables are producing always when it's feasible. If you are talking about photovoltaic, during the night you are not producing, but maybe you have the possibility to produce a lot of different energy when the consumption is very low. So you need to store, and this is how the hydrogen could be an advantage in order to use this hydrogen for increase the optimization. And you can have here a real project in Germany Germany. He has been working for more than 12 years there, and you can see the wind farm. This is a 10 megawatt plant, and also the electrolyzer of 6 megawatt. This is a polymeric electrolyzer in order to produce the hydrogen when the energy are very low, and use this hydrogen when the consumption of the energy is needed in order to have the covering consumption needs, you know. And also you can have here the charge area, because in Germany you have two possibilities to put into the network to go to the south, that is the industry area of Germany, or in order to fill the trucks in order to transport this hydrogen. Another project, this is, for instance, I will put you an example in Hamburg. This is how to integrate the hydrogen within the gas network. And you can see here, we are now in Europe in order to decide how will be the percentage it's possible for us to blend. In Spain, 65 years ago, we have what is called town gas, and the town gas is 60% of the hydrogen. And this town gas is going through the networks, the current network we have now. So, I mean, in Europe, they are worried about the size, if it's 5, if it's 10, if it's 12, and we know for sure that at least 30 or 40% of the gas network within the current network, it could be 100% of the hydrogen without any problem. But, of course, we need to test and we need to prepare all the different safety instructions. Another project is related with is Paulo's mentioned, and also some examples we will show you, is how it's possible to connect the electricity network and the gas network using this power-to-gas project. So you are taking into account different ways. You are producing a syngas, and you are going to produce biomethane or e-methane in order to have a reactor, and how to integrate this e-methane into the gas network. And this is an example. It has been working in Jaén. This is a plant, a waste treatment plant there, in order to use this kind of system and to have absolutely disconnected from the world, because all the electricity they are producing is the electricity they are producing with this kind of system. Mobility, of course, you can see all the challenge and the negative points from the combustion, the internal combustion engine, or the electrical ones with the batteries. This is an advantage from the electrical fuel cell, and you can have a lot of different applications, and this is why we are talking about green hydrogen now, or renewable hydrogen, due to the mobility. So we need to speed up, and you have not only cars, light vehicles, you have also heavy vehicles, you have trucks, you have motorbikes, you have bikes, you have planes like Airbus, I'm sorry, thank you. You can have also some planes, and you can have some machines for working in the agriculture, and also the different trains that you know for sure to have there. So you have one example for using the steel. In the steel, they are using the carbon as a reductor engines, and the possibility is to use the hydrogen replacing this carbon in order to decarbonize completely the process. And you have one positive example, that the voestalpine in Austria, this is changed completely the use of the carbon and decarbonize all the complete process. And this is also one future application that you have to take into account, because we are talking about millions of tons of hydrogen, and this is the change. So the next time it should be projects in Spain. We have now 123 projects that it has been announced and starting in the last 6 months, and it will be finished between the end of 2025 at the beginning of 2026. So, and we will have this all amount. It will be covering all the whole value chain, and it's around 11 gigawatts of electrolyzer installed in Spain. So we will succeed it in our let's say strategy plan, because of course some delay could be happen, because you know that now there is a time for competing into the market with the different equipment manufacturer. But at the end, whatever will be at the end of 2026, it will be before 2030. So you have this 2030 as a minimum of 11 gigawatts in order to have this hydrogen. And what is a good information is that this hydrogen will be applied to the different applications that it has been sharing with you before. And also I will try to give you some examples examples about these 123 projects, that the most important issue is that these are public and private partnerships. I mean, this is also money from the government, money from the companies, in order to work together and try to define how will be the future. And you can see that is more than 20,000 million of euros. I mean, we are talking about figures that we will never see before. So the next slide will be like a map about some of these 123 projects, and you can see what has been mentioned before. It should be concentrated into the ports area. Why? Because you have the need in order to transfer and to transport this hydrogen to be produced, because there are some problems in the industry in order to be used. You can do using the ships, you know, in the sea. So you can see there are some industries around the 3 or the 4 projects who are in the middle of the peninsula, you know, and the most of them are covering all the different areas. And what is good is that all the regions in Spain have at least 2 or 3 projects, and try to be applied also in different applications in the different industry. Some of the good projects we are running, and we are also coordinating in the center. This is a power to gas project. This is similar than the ones it has been already presented before by Paulo. And this is we had 2 regional projects in the past. One of them is to optimize the waste treatment process. This is also, of course, focusing the agriculture waste treatment. And also another project, he has been working in order to optimize the solid oxide fuel cell. And now we are working in building a pilot plant close to Madrid, 200 kilometers from the east, in order to treat 35,000 tons of waste and to e-gases. Is whatever will be methanol, whatever will be the synthetic aviation fuels, or even if you are interested to have some hydrogen. And the idea is a pilot plan. I mean, this, for us, we are working in a center is like an industrial plan, but the idea is to have the flexibility and high volume in order to test all the technologies. We don't want to have only electrochemical technologies, but also pyrolysis, also different possibilities in order to test in a big size happen and how it's possible for us to optimize the process. The next one will be based in ammonia. 2 European projects, one of them is coordinated by us. And in one, we are concentrating in improving the catalyzer in order to be more efficient in the production process of the ammonia. And in the next one, we build the prototype, and the prototype is now testing in a very huge factory in Spain in order to have the complete positive feedback. It is possible to work with this prototype on a continuous basis, and it's called Arena. The next slide will be also the use of the hydrogen in mobility, apart from the car project where some people who are working in the technical university try to play in order to build this hydrogen car. One of the important projects in Europe is H2 ports, and it's the use of the hydrogen within the port. I mean, it's not use of the hydrogen in the ships like a fuel. It's the use of the hydrogen for decarbonize the logistics of the port. So this means that we are working there in order to, there is 2 equipment, the reach stacker and the jack tractor, and these 2 equipments are the ones who are scale up and peel up and also the moving all the containers within the port, and these 2 will be working in the hydrogen, and this is what on the next week it should be a demo day with the people for the commission, because it has been a success, not only for refueling, but also to have this equipment from the next. The next slide, please. We have also one of the projects, this called Together for the use in the stationary application. Of course, in Europe will be a little bit far away. Why? Because it's high costly. So we need to start the economy of scale in order to reduce the cost on this equipment. And this is the reason that in the Asian countries who are the producers there, the most of the houses are using this kind of hydrogen system. And this is one equipment in order to start working in the house with an electrolyzer and fuel cell at the same part, you know, in order to be independent from the network. The next step, this is only for your information. My colleagues has been working with this Google Play free. It's free of charge if you want to take it and uploading. It's high to travel, and this is putting on your mobile, and this is give you the information how will be my travel if it should be on the hydrogen. And in the future, one of our ideas is to integrate here all the hydrogen refueling station map, you know. So this is quite good in order you to have how many hydrogen will be consumed, how will be, I don't know, the price you will have to pay while you are driving in a nice project. Another two important projects, one is from smart grids, and this is also in Portugal, it's close to Lisbon. It has been developed one smart grid for a data management area in the University of Portugal, and a hospital in Malaga, in Spain, where you can have an automatic handling about all the different possibilities you have for being as optimized as possible in order to be the possibility for consumer. And also with the Chilean guys, in order to develop some similar concept that the H2 ports, in order to develop an underground mining equipment moving with the hydrogen and try to reduce more than 90% of the investment you have to do when you open an underground mining in the country. The next slide, please. It should be also some projects of the train. We have three. We have been already developed by Talgo, a train move on the hydrogen and hybridize with the batteries and also with the catenary. And this is a train who is already making some trials in the southwest, in Extremadura, close to Portugal. The second one is an European project with CAF. It should be already developed, this kind of train. And this train is starting the test the last month. It has been in Zaragoza, and now it has to move to Asturias and also to Galicia in order to continue start. And the most important of this project is that you are also defined, or the Commission are waiting for the protocol of refueling. So we are talking about close to 200 kilos of hydrogen, and we need to know how is the speed, how is the size of the tube. So this is something that we need to define once it has been already defined and finalized the project. So the next slide, it should be some of the projects who are also linked with the mobility, and try to make some platform based on hydrogen, and this platform can be used whatever will be the need. A garbage truck, a truck for refueling different mobility parts, or even working with the military service, you know, is to try to develop the hydrogen base in order to go to the different parts where the different soldiers are working in some war parts when you are, or you need to have no detection, so you have no sound tackle, you know, you have no temperature profiles, so it's possible for you in order to be not detected or an anonymous in the land, you know. You go ahead with the next slide. It should be also the garbage truck, and the next one, it should be also one project who is interesting for the blending of the network. So the main issue is to define the protocol to blend, because when you are inject the hydrogen in a point, it should be 100%. So it should not be allowed. So you need to make a round and to make like a circle and a pump. And this is a project who are collaborating in Spain in order to have this installation ready for going ahead. And one of the last projects, and this is a project who is also coordinated with the Slovenian part, this is the IPO. And this is the IPO because, of course, all of us need to inform the rest of the society about all the different possibilities we have with the hydrogen. And this project is to raise the awareness of the society. I mean, to understand what is the hydrogen, to know which are the different added value in order to be used and how it's possible to apply. So, and the next time is you have my coordinates. Of course, tomorrow I will try to make more speech about the European strategy and the national strategy, and we can have my coordinates. And of course, I am on your hand for any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please, Professor, stay on the stage. I'll call the other professors also to take a picture. Unfortunately, we don't have more time for questions now. We'll present this QR code, and you can take your questions to the professors. Also, after our picture, I will invite everybody to have a coffee break outside, and we'll return here 11 o'clock. Please, professors, we can have a picture. Yes.
Muito boa tarde. Vamos retomar as nossas atividades aqui neste auditório. Para quem chegou depois, eu me chamo Marcelo Ferreira Tete, sou professor da Universidade Federal de Goiás e também um dos responsáveis pela gestão do Centro de Excelência em Hidrogênio e Tecnologias Energéticas Sustentáveis, o CETES, que, inclusive, hoje, no final da programação, a gente vai ter a oportunidade de falar um pouquinho mais sobre esse centro para vocês. Mas, nesse momento, eu terei a honra de ser o moderador do painel de discussão número 1, que tem o tema Transition to Near Zero Emission, a transição para próximo da emissão zero. E esse painel discutirá as principais iniciativas para se atingir net zero nas indústrias brasileiras que podem ser implementadas nos próximos anos. Para esse painel, nós teremos 3 palestrantes, um dos quais pediu, ou, na verdade, a palestrante, a doutora Elbia, pediu para a gente começar antes dela mesma chegar. Ela está a caminho, então ela pediu desculpas, mas está chegando, mas ela não quis que a gente atrasasse o início em função do deslocamento dela. Então, provavelmente, ela chegará próximo da metade do painel, e aí a gente vai incorporar a apresentação dela para todos nós aqui. Então, nós temos 3 palestrantes programados para esse painel. A primeira seria a doutora Elbia Gannoum, que é a presidente da Eólica, e o currículo dela é bem extenso, mas podemos aqui resumir dizendo que a doutora Elbia é mãe de 2 filhos e tem uma voz ativa no debate global sobre diversidade e inclusão econômica na área de energia, e ela lidera a Eólica por mais de uma década. Ela já trabalhou no Ministério... perdão, perdi aqui um pouco. Ela já trabalhou no setor de energia brasileiro, inclusive no governo, e ela é cofundadora da Energia da Transformação, que é uma plataforma colaborativa para promover a diversidade e inclusão social no setor energético. Em 2019, ela foi premiada com o C3E, Clean Energy Education and Empowerment Woman of Distinction Award, que é uma iniciativa internacional da Clean Energy Ministerial e da International Energy Agency. Ela também é nossa embaixadora para o Brasil no Women in Wind Global Leadership Program, que foi criado para acelerar as carreiras das mulheres no setor eólico. A doutora Elbia tem PhD em Economia e mais de 20 anos de experiência no setor energético. Então, a doutora Elbia, quando chegar, a apresentação dela já está feita. Tudo bem? Bom, teremos também aqui no nosso painel a participação do José Antônio Donizete Rossi, que é mestre e doutor em Engenharia Elétrica pela Universidade Estadual de Campinas, e desde 1981 ele tem se envolvido na pesquisa e desenvolvimento na área de telecomunicações, na área de proteção elétrica, equipamentos de alta voltagem, sistemas de potência, smart grids e sistemas de armazenamento de energia. E ele tem atuado desde 2015 na empresa Hytron, na área de prospecção e desenvolvimento de projetos de pesquisa e desenvolvimento na área de energia e hidrogênio. O terceiro palestrante é o Andreas Eisfelder. Ele, desde novembro, agora neste mês que nós estamos, iniciou suas atividades como consultor na área de transição energética e hidrogênio verde. Até recentemente, o Andreas era colaborador da Siemens e teve passagem por essa empresa na China, no Chile e na Colômbia. E aqui no Brasil, ele trabalhou até recentemente também na área de hidrogênio, eletrolisadores, correto? Muito bem. Bom, pessoal, feitas as apresentações dos nossos palestrantes, o que eu combinei com eles, até em função da configuração aqui do nosso palco e diante das dinâmicas que nós tivemos aqui durante a manhã, a proposta é que a gente faça um debate entre os três e a gente coloque questões para eles responderem, tanto questões previamente formuladas por mim, mas também questões que vocês poderão, ao longo da apresentação, acessar um QR Code, né, que vai ser disponibilizado no momento das perguntas para que vocês direcionem as questões e a gente lerá essas questões para os nossos debatedores. Mas, como a nossa configuração aqui não permite que a gente tenha um sofás, que a gente consiga ficar num ambiente mais intimista, o que a gente vai proporcionar nessa tarde é o seguinte: nós chamaremos cada palestrante para fazer, em até 15 minutos, uma apresentação inicial da sua visão sobre o tema. E, depois que cada um terminar a sua apresentação, a gente vai passar para o debate. Nessa dinâmica, é possível que a doutora Elbia chegue no momento das questões. Então, se isso acontecer, talvez não haverá tempo para ela fazer a exposição que ela preparou para falar um pouco do trabalho e da visão que ela tem sobre esse tema do painel à frente da AB eólica. Mas ela concordou, se isso acontecer, de ela entrar no debate e responder o que for possível. Mas, se houver tempo, a gente vai prestigiar a apresentação dela e considerar também os 15 minutos para que ela possa fazer a apresentação que ela preparou. Então, feitas essas considerações e apresentações, eu gostaria de chamar aqui ao palco, para iniciar a discussão desse painel, o doutor José Antônio Donizete Rossi, da Hytron, para que ele possa, nos seus 15 minutos, fazer uma apresentação inicial sobre o tema. Aí, na sequência, eu pedirei, Rossi, para você retornar ao seu lugar, para que o Andreas venha para cá e faça a apresentação dele, e depois a gente passa para o palco aqui. Tá bom? Então, por favor, Rossi, o palco é seu.
Tenho passadores. Bom, boa tarde a todos. Alô? Boa tarde a todos. Como disse o Carlos, meu nome é Rossi, né? E eu trabalho na Hytron. Então, o meu objetivo aqui é para dar um pouco de motivação para os debates, né? Então, eu optei por fazer uma pequena apresentação sobre a Hytron. A Hytron, como vocês vão ver a seguir, é uma empresa que nasceu da universidade, né, da Unicamp, como uma startup. Hoje é uma empresa que fabrica eletrolisador. Então, eu acho que o tema e o motivador aqui dessa palestra na universidade viria a calhar. Em primeiro lugar, então, eu quero agradecer o convite para esse evento, em nome dos que foram compostos, o professor Joel, que não está aqui, e vou passar, então, a essa apresentação. Como é que eu avanço aqui, Beleza. Bom, o tema, então, vamos falar um pouquinho de hidrogênio sustentável. Eu não sei se já teve alguma palestra, alguma coisa hoje sobre hidrogênio verde, sobre hidrogênio. Já tivemos isso aí, né? Bom, hoje, né, a geração de hidrogênio, ela tem a possibilidade de uma série de fontes, né? Por exemplo, se for por via eletricidade, você pode gerar via eletrólise hidrogênio, né? Se for de fonte renovável, eólica, fotovoltaica ou hídrica, você teria o chamado hidrogênio verde. Ou você pode também ter as que são até mais antigas, né? Por exemplo, se for fazer por reforma e não mais por eletrólise. Então, você teria, por exemplo, reforma de gás natural, de carvão, você tem o chamado hidrogênio cinza, ou, mais atualmente, né, através de reforma de biomassa, por exemplo, etanol ou biogás, biometano, você chegar, então, também no hidrogênio. Apontar isso aqui, cara. Tudo bem. Então, o primeiro ponto que eu acho interessante a gente falar um pouco é assim, né? O custo de hidrogênio e impacto ambiental, né? Hoje, até pelo volume que se produz, hoje acho que aqui no Brasil, 95% ou mais do hidrogênio produzido é de reforma, de gás natural. Então, hoje, obviamente, o custo dele é o mais baixo, o custo desse hidrogênio. Por outro lado, é o que tem maior impacto ambiental. E aí você tem uma sequência, né, que, por exemplo, as eletrólises têm um menor impacto, mas têm um custo mais elevado pelo estado atual da tecnologia, que é, aliás, até um dos temas que nós vamos discutir um pouco, né?
Themes that we will be talking about, and that there is this question, the cost of hydrogen versus the environmental cost. And so we will have to debate about this and how to reach competitive costs. And another interesting issue, when we say there's a low impact hydrogen or the green or blue hydrogen, the trend is to not mention all these names directly, but to mention the impact of this hydrogen. And the green is electrolysis or renewable sources. The blue is when you capture carbon from the natural gas, and so on. But there are other matrices that it's quite confusing. I will talk a little bit about my company, Hydron. It was a spin-off from the hydrogen lab of Unicamp. It started in 2003. The founders were researchers that were involved in the master's or doctorate or doing research with the hydrogen in the labs. And they decided in 2003 to start this company, the embryo of this company. And during all this time until 2020, Hydron was composed of the multidisciplinary and engineering and chemical engineer and mechanical engineer, and they were involved in the development of engineers specifically related to the production of hydrogen. And then in 2020, it was acquired by a German group, and who are the current owners of the company. But the technology was the one developed by Hydron, and that's the one that's being used all over the world through this Hymanes group. I started at Hydron in 2015, and I started in a phase when the company was still growing. All the production of electrolyzers, it's made in a plant that we have in Belo Horizonte that already existed as a compressor plant before. And Hydron, then it became our research center or test center, and we are changing, and we're going to a new facility, a bigger facility, because this hydrogen wave, led us to increase our team And we are now in Sumaré, a city close to Campinas. And this will allow us to have a bigger team working with electrolysis. And what are the equipment of our portfolio of Hydron? All these technologies were developed through a research project during this 20 years of existence of our company that were a FAPESP project, DNP, and many other companies involved. This electrolyzer technology and alkaline, the reformulation of natural gas and ethanol, and also this purification of hydrogen. These are the ports of the electrolyzer that we make. The 10 cubic meters per hour of hydrogen, and that's 50 kilowatts, until ports of mega, 1 megawatts. This is 200 cubic meters per hour of production. In this electrolysis area, we have all this portfolio, and it's a very well consolidated area, and we are now going to the alkaline technology. This is a simple model of our electrolyzers, especially one that up to 1 mega. They are put inside a container. That's a characteristic of this equipment. And especially when we talk about bigger ports, especially with this PEN technology, this is a scalable technology. If I have a 5 mega electrolyzer, if I want 5 megawatts of electrolyzer, I will have 5 for 2.5 plus 2.5. If I need a 50 megawatts, I will not have a single one. So this is a composition of technologies to reach bigger electrolyzers. Another technology developed by Hydron, and probably it's the single one in the world. This is the reformation of ethanol. And Brazil, with our characteristic, it favors this technology. It's not electrolysis, but a reform technology. And the applications, I'm not going to talk too much because you heard a lot of it already, the application of hydrogen. I would like to mention the plants that, the projects that Hydron has in Brazil, and this is the pilot project. There is this pilot project in Pecém, state of Ceará. I don't know if you have read this in the press. This is 1.5 megawatts. This is a project of MDP, and we were the suppliers of this equipment. It is the biggest MP project that has been installed. Another project that is very interesting to mention is the reformation of ethanol together with the Shell Oil Company, and they also worked with this reformer Shell, Raízen, Hydron, Toyota, USP, and Senai from Rio de Janeiro, and Senai Cepic. And this case specifically, you will have the production of hydrogen with ethanol, and the application of this will be this fuel station. We will have 2 buses in the USP campus. They will be driven with ethanol and hydrogen, I mean. And this will be ready around the middle of next year and in 2024. Another one, this is mobility also, but more related to electrolysis. This was done together with Unife, which is sponsored with these German agencies, Z&Z. And in this case, this is a fuel station for vehicles inside the university that is being put up now, currently. And I would like to mention a little bit more about not only these projects, but we have another project that is this synthetic fuel production. It's e-fuel. And in this case, this is the diesel, synthetic diesel. These are synthetic ways that you can use using hydrogen, but CO2, and you can then have production of synthetic fuel like aviation fuel, diesel, and other fuels, which is a very promissory route. this is just an introduction, okay? Anyway, thank you very much for your attention and time.
Muito obrigado, Rossi.
Thank you, Rossi. As we had said, Andreas is here, and I would ask Calixto to, because Andreas decided to just give an oral without using the slides or PowerPoint. So it's your floor now. Okay, Andreas. Thank you. Good afternoon. As Marcelo has mentioned, I am a consultant in hydrogen, and I've worked in 20 years. I'm German, and I've been working for Siemens, and I have worked a lot in this Latin American region, 4 years in Colombia, also in Chile, Peru, Mexico, and then they sent me far away. They sent me to China. I stayed 4 years in Shanghai, and then I started working with hydrogen, and I started this business development in China, and we were able to close a deal, this hydrogen project for this Winter Olympic Games, and we installed an electrolyzer of 1 megawatts to produce this green hydrogen, and Toyota, another partner that brought these buses, and they showed to journalists from Beijing to Shanghai from different events related to the Winter Games. And that time I was able to see the potential during the pandemics, and I was outside China. I was on vacation, and they closed the border, and I was in Germany at our headquarters, and they told me, you know Latin America very well. Would you like to go and handle the business that we have in Latin America in São Paulo? And we started working with all our customers in this region, and we started our first fuel plant, this synthesized liquid and green hydrogen plant. It has started the operation in November last year in Punta in Chile. This plant works exclusively with wind primary energy, also captures CO2 from the air. This is an innovation, and also it matches the green hydrogen and CO2 to synthesize methanol, and in a second stage to synthesize gasoline in a chemical way, identical to the conventional, but it's made of water and wind. This sounds a little bit biblical, but it's related to the technology that we have mentioned today, and this is something that's going to be necessary for our future, and this is what we need, a neutral carbon future, right? And last week we were able to experience this heat wave, and we know that we have to speed up our measurements and to fight against this climate changes. And then I decided after 20 years to close this Siemens and open my own business as a consultant. And then people started saying, why don't you go to India? And I said, no, leave me alone. I love Brazil, and I want to stay here, and I don't want to be moved again. So, because I believe very much, I believe in the future of green hydrogen, not only as an energy source, but also to have Brazil as a protagonist in this role in the hydrogen industry, the green hydrogen industry, and also as a specialized focus based on the European demand, because this is one of the news that we will be talking a lot during our dialogue, because I was surprised because the European Union, they sped up the legislations that open the markets for the European Union. I think it was 3 weeks ago that it was mentioned that in 2025 for these in 2025, they will have this target for the green hydrogen, and this will increase on a 20% basis, and this will open a giant market. And here in Brazil and Latin America, we have all the conditions for this wind energy and also solar energy, also to produce derivatives of this energy in a competitive way, and also to fulfill the demand. Like 2025, it's almost tomorrow, right? So in terms of development and the construction of these projects. So as I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, I think that it's now. We cannot wait any longer. And I really thank for this invitation, and this kind of events will make it possible for all the actors that are in this industry to collaborate. And also, I would like to congratulate Hydron that is expanding their plant in Brazil, because they have expectations about Brazil and the south of Brazil to produce green hydrogen, and we are in the process of reindustrializing. This is a very realistic potential, and we can see this as the green hydrogen not only is able to be used here, but also to be exported and be consumed in the European Union or Japan, but also can be used to decarbonize the Brazilian industry. And we already have this competitive role in these chains around the world, and the end users for these Brazilian products, they are looking at us and what is the footprint of CO2 in the productive chain, and this green hydrogen will be able to provide a decarbonization, and Brazil will be able to expand the portfolio of these decarbonized products, and this is something that we are, and we can see that it's starting right now. Okay, I leave my message, and I will stay here, right? Okay, thank you very much. Andreas, we received the good news that Dr. Elbia is here, so if she's here, she can come and join us. Okay, just in the last minute. Okay, let's confirm if she's here.
Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news. She's not here yet. So we can go on ahead. Andreas, you were okay at the right place. Let's call Rossi and Andreas to take their seats. And I will stay here also in case Dr. Elbia arrives. I can then introduce her to the table. On this second part of this panel, we will dedicate the formulation of questions, and through this moderator who's talking to you, and through the audience also. It was not fake news. She is here among us. Dr. Elbia, good afternoon. We were waiting for you. And you can just come directly to the table. We are ready and waiting for you. We have already introduced you. Look at your badge. My name is Professor Marcelo from UFG. Rossi from Hydron. Andreas from... Dr. Elbia, if you don't mind, we just finished the second presentation, so you can start your presentation. We used this space for the speaker to show their slides. So we have your slides. If you have 15 minutes to show your material, right? Okay, and get the microphone, and if you want to introduce yourself or say something to the audience, go ahead. Or I think it's better to stay here at this side so that you can see the slides. Microphone is not working. No microphone. The traffic, I really apologize. I was held up. It's a great honor to be here with my colleagues, and my objective is to give a presentation, a 15-minute presentation, talking about the energy, the wind energy industry. Of course, it's a highlight for Brazil, but I also bring international discussions. Here, is it here, my slides? Okay, let me introduce, although I know he introduced me. My name is Elbia. I'm an economist, a PhD from the Santa Catarina Federal University. I've been working in the energy industry for 23 years. I worked the first 11 years in the government, and in the last 12 years, I am the president of Abertura. This Abertura is the Brazilian Association of Eolic, Inshore, Offshore, New Energies like hydrogen and batteries. This industry of wind energy in Brazil has been really showing up in the last 10 years. Probably most of you before the last 10 years, you never heard anything about this wind energy because Brazil started having a relevant role. I started in 2011, and we had 1 gigawatt of capacity installed, and very few wind farms, especially in the northeast and south of Brazil. And last Monday, we celebrated the operation of 1,000 wind farms in Brazil. In 2011, we had 1 gigawatt, and now we have 30 gigawatts of this installed capacity. And in the last 3 years, we have breaking records in terms of installation. Each year we break new records in relation to the previous year. And Brazil is the 6th country in terms of installed capacity, and the 3rd country that most invests in the wind energy. In 2012, we were the 15th, we ranked 15 in the world, and Brazil is an international player with quite a relevance, and this wind energy is the 2nd source of generation in Brazil, so it is a very important source, and it became even more important in the recent years. And what we have seen, is this wind source is having quite an importance in the world. And when we say about this energy transition, we're talking about more expansion in terms of renewable energies, and the main sources are wind and solar. And Brazil has a lot of biomass that has to be valued. The world doesn't have. So when we bring to Brazil, we include biomass. And in June this year, together with the Duque, and not only the president of Abertura, I'm the vice president of the Global Wind Council, and we celebrated 1 terawatt of this wind energy installed in the world. And the studies show that to have this energy transition, we will have to quadruple this wind energy. And in 2020, we broke a record in terms of installation. We installed 100 gigawatts in the world, but to achieve net zero, we need 400 gigawatts in 2030. So this is the scenario of the wind energy, what it is today and what it represents. The association has an important role. Today we have 150 associates, and we represent all the productive chain of this wind energy industry, since the investor that starts the wind farm and installs the wind farm until the maker of the equipment, the manufacturer of the equipment, and to the manufacturer of bolts, screws, and towers. So we represent all this productive chain in Brazil. So what happened in the recent years, in the last 2 years especially, there was a great transformation in our association. The association transformed itself in order to embark the new. And what is new? First is the investment in this wind energy offshore. And the second step was the investment in this productive chain of hydrogen, highlighting this renewable hydrogen, which is the hydrogen that is produced from renewable sources, for example, wind and solar. So with this growth, we were able to grow from 100 associates to 150 associates. And what I highlight here is that our associates are coming from this productive chain, from oil and gas. The oil and gas sector is also in the transition in terms of energy, is investing in renewable energies, and they are now interested in eolic, especially in offshore and hydrogen, and also there's wind farms inshore that grow exponentially in the country. What is in terms of challenge, since we have all this structure in our country? We have a structure, industrial structure, that is very strong in our country, and this is rare. Brazil, it's very difficult for Brazil to structure the chain production. The turbine, the wind turbine that you know very well, 80% of it is produced or made in Brazil. All the others, other countries import, and we don't import. We produce domestically. This generates jobs and in a market. This is a multiplier effect of this offshore wind industry. I don't say offshore, I say industry, this concept of industry, because you are able to bring a lot of economic growth because you generate jobs for Brazilians since you don't import equipment. This is a very important factor. And what have we seen in this terms of climate changes and the energy transition? And I participate very actively in the debate, and to next week I will go to another COP. This is the 10th COP that I attend, and we have expanded, we have talked a lot about this renewable energies and Brazil's position in this energy transition. Brazil has a very good opportunity, especially maybe the single one, perhaps in my generation, to change its economy and really have a transformation in terms of social and economic through energy, because the energy transition is the most relevant factor in terms of this climate changes and the net zero. And in this context of the low carbon in 2050, because the energy, not only electrical, but in general terms, because it represents 84% of the global emissions. So if you take care of the energy, there will be very little for the rest. So this is the focus. So this is why most of the countries are having this industrial policy, especially United States and Europe. And Brazil also has this opportunity because Brazil is very rich in renewable sources. And this is our bet right now, especially this year with the new positioning of the government, of this new government. And this is to take advantage of these opportunities the SG that has been very strong, because we saw during the pandemic, we saw the publication of the letter of the CEO of BlackRock, the change in terms of the financial market and the SG transformation. And we also noticed this perspective of a recovery in our economy, but we have also factors that can induce this. United States, Europe, China, they have this policy to induce this economic growth, right? So the Keynesian policy. So what you have to do through the government inducing. So Brazil already have this natural growth, but if the government is able to realize, and this shows us that they are able to do this, because Ministry Haddad is doing this coordination of wind energy, and this will bring a lot of benefits for us. This is the idea of this starting with the economy recovery and having this industrial green source. And what we have to do is to understand the opportunity, and we have understood this opportunity. So we are able to bring new technology, especially this offshore wind energy. We can construct this productive chain like the inshore and bring this to the GNP, to the country. Great DP. And exportation of hydrogen. Yes, that's very nice, right? But it's not only that. Brazil has the possibility to export this assets, the green assets, like the mineral, the agribusiness can make this industry become really green and export. And to do this, we will need a lot of electrical energy coming from renewable sources and also hydrogen. And when we talk about new technologies, I have mentioned hydrogen, I have mentioned the batteries, and we have this wind farms that can be associated with solar energy. We already have this hybrid farms, and we can also include the batteries in these farms, and offshore also that I have mentioned. And we also have to invest in digitalization. Remember the blackout that we had in August? This is the answer, digitalization. We have to invest a lot, because the electrical matrix is changing very quickly. If we don't have these mechanisms to control this matrix, we will not be able to control the system and the demand versus the offer. So if people say we had a shortage of energy, no, this is wrong. We didn't have a shortage of energy. We had a shortage of software. That is the real story. We have been working strongly in the carbon market, and the PL for the carbon will probably be approved in the coming weeks, and also this offshore energy, also this bill that's will be approved and transformed to a law. So there's a block of things that will be approved in the next weeks, and the hydrogen is included in this package. To summarize, the way have an opportunity, the horse is there settled, so we just have to get on the horse and take advantage of this opportunity. So it's very important that we have this public policies. It's necessary to have law, to have regulation, and also to have positioning of the federal government. The positioning of the government, President Lula did this at COP, and he said he will take care of the Amazon. He did all, and the Minister Haddad also is working on delivering more. So we have in our Congress now, we have all these bills going on. And so what we considered things that have to happen. And we have the hydrogen now, and hydrogen, it seems to be the solution of all the problems. And why does it seem to be the solution of all problems? First, because hydrogen is the big bet in terms of molecule to the energy transition. You're moving from fossil to a renewable molecule, which is the hydrogen, right? And you will need the hydrogen to store energy. This will be a very important source for batteries. But the thing that really interests me is the hydrogen will bring a demand for energy very big in Brazil. And the problem in Brazil is that when you compare Brazil to the rest of the world is an inverse problem, because the rest of the world is always fighting to get renewable resources. They manage their shortage of renewable resources, but in Brazil we have the management, the abundance, but we don't have to just become easy on that. We have, because otherwise we would go to the paradox of abundance among poverty. We will continue to be poor, and we don't want to continue being poor. We don't want to be a developing country. We have the great opportunity to become a developed country from the vector, from the energy vector, and this vector energy is renewable energy, and hydrogen a very important factor. And then you can say, Elbia, you are crazy. Hydrogen are talking, everybody's jumping from the 5th floor, and I'm together. So it can't get any worse. So we have this bet, so we have to go for it. Hydrogen is our response for this, because it's and I'll give you another figure here about this. There's a study from McKinsey that 2040 Brazil will need another Brazil in terms of installed capacity. That's 196 gigawatts installed. In 2040 we will have around 400 gigawatts installed, and this installation will come wind inshore, wind offshore, and biomass. So it's easy, right? Okay, we just need to go for it. Well, thank you, Dr. Elbia. Yes, we had time for the sequence of the presentations. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, and especially talking about the eolic and the industry of the wind energy. And the second part of this panel, we will now start with questions from the moderator and from the audience that can send their questions using this QR code that's being projected on the screen. And we are a little bit late here, but we can start with our questions, and so I will start with my questions, and then I will have some of your questions also in between my questions, right? So I encourage you all to participate and send your questions so that we can have a dynamic debate here. And I will start here with some questions that I will ask each one of the speakers. And considering Dr. Elbia has finished her presentation, and I will now ask Andreas, Rossi, and then I'll go back to Dr. Elbia. Dr. Elbia, she finished her presentation talking about the green hydrogen, right? And I would like to explore a little bit more of this theme with Andreas and Rossi. And I will ask you, Andreas, this green hydrogen has been seen as the big bet in terms of decarbonization of the energetic sector in some industrial sectors for the coming decades. There's a consensus that Brazil has excellent conditions to be a strategic player in this market. So the way you see it, what are the advantages in terms of competition, and which segments in this global change that Brazil can have a relevant role? And if you allow me, I I will also ask Rossi that can ask in the sequence. Rossi, this is my question. The green hydrogen already still has many challenges in terms of production, storage, and transportation before it can be a viable economic product. And according to the way that you assess it, Brazil is able to provide the structure and technology to overcome these challenges. And this regulatory mark of low carbon that Dr. Elbia mentioned, how can this help in this process? Andreas and then Rossi. Excellent question. The competitiveness of Brazil and the green hydrogen. I would like to go in deeper. Dr. Aldo, that the green hydrogen is agora está em voga e todos estão falando, mas eu ainda acho que I think that the green hydrogen deserves this attention. It doesn't bring a solution for all, but at least it brings a solution for problems that the humanity didn't have a solution before this. So those are sectors hard to debate and difficult to decarbonize. And especially now that we're having these high heat waves, forest fires, and the cause of this climate change is the CO2 emission that are causing the greenhouse effect, and the humanity cannot simply stop its activity. And we saw the pandemic that gave us some space to breathe because many international trips were not done, and this decreases CO2. But this cannot be a sustainable future. So we have to find a solution for decarbonized sectors that didn't have a solution, but now with this green hydrogen can give us what are these areas of CO2 emissions, especially transportation that still need liquids. For example, aviation or aerial transportation. You don't have a plug, an outlet. You cannot still install batteries due to the weight, to the size. For many decades, we will still need a liquid fuel, and for the first time, that's the first time that humanity has available a technology that is able to synthesize a liquid fuel and chemically identical to this conventional fossil fuels, but through renewable and this biogenic coal. And the green hydrogen is not the end of the way. The green hydrogen and the production of green hydrogen in Brazil is connected to this chemical synthesis in order to convert this molecule that has been decarbonated and densely energetical and like coal to if you remember your chemistry classes, CO2, they form these chains of hydrocarbonates, gasoline, diesel, the kerosene, aviation kerosene. And the advantage that Brazil has in the production of these fuels is an excellent growth of this renewable energies in the last decade. And we just heard the figures that in the wind sector that was able to increase their installed base. We are now 30 gigawatts, right? And that's what Brazil needs because this primary energy is electricity. So we need massive sources of electric energy. I think that McKinsey is estimating being very conservative. I think that the installed base up to 2050 will triple to have this quantity high amount of energy that will be necessary. And the electrical sector showed us through the world financing system its capacity to take charge of these projects, and other countries in this region don't have this all these possibilities to have all these gigawatts that are necessary just to conceptualize them. And today's the emissions of CO2 in the mining sector in Chile, and that's all participated. They conducted a study, and they had this question: if we would substitute all the diesel in the mining system in Chile, what is necessary, if we substitute all this diesel that is necessary in the mining sector with some fuel that is synthesized and based on the green hydrogen, only the base would necessary would be of 15 gigawatts, and this would double what they have currently. And this is a country, and with their developing time with this renewable energy, and they are very complex and long. And Marcelo answered, I see Brazil with a very competitive advantage with their industrial possibilities that to supply the gigawatts that are necessary. And a second advantage also that I would mention in this international symposium, I would like to look outside Latin America. We have other countries that are trying to grow in this chain of supplying green hydrogen, like Middle East, Australia, because they have a lot of solar radiation in their countries. And one thing they don't have is the biomass that Brazil has. I consider this another advantage that Brazil has, this access to the biomass in Brazil, especially talking about the agriculture. And if we check the regulations in Europe, the Union, that are very strict and which we consider green in terms of coal, the waste of this agriculture, they are considered green too. So Brazil will have this advantage, this technical advantage and economical advantage, additional advantage for its agriculture to the excess coal or this biomass, biogenic. Thank you, Andreas. I will repeat the question to Rossi. The way you see it, Brazil has the condition to provide the technology for the challenge in terms of the production, storage, and transportation of the green hydrogen, and also this regulation that it's been working in Congress now. How's it going? Thank you, Marcelo. I think Dr. Elbia's presentation, it shows a lot what happened to the wind energy, right? Yes, the challenges are fantastic, huge challenges, but we have to remember that the production of electrolysis, the first big electrolyzer was in the 30s, 100 years ago. So we dominate this technology, but this high scale or high volume production, every time that you build a new electrolyzer with a bigger capacity, you learn more and you start developing, you have more opportunities to grow. I believe a lot in this voltaic and wind energy projects in Brazil. Yes, I'm very positive according to this, and Brazil has the capacity to in research and to produce, but you need a higher volume, and you also need more space to produce and to be able to grow. And there's an issue that I would ask Dr. Elbia to help me. This new regulation that is going into Congress, any regulation that you established, this brings more information for investors. So the more stable is the market, you have more opportunities to grow, right? So if you grow, the technology automatically follows, since you have backing you all the research and development, and including the industrial aspect. And you also mentioned, Dr. Elbia, the wind energy, there's you have this higher pilots of great volume and great size, and this regulation that is going on in the Congress right now, it will help us to have more possibilities of investment. I would like to mention an issue that Andreas and Dr. Elbia mentioned, and I think it's fundamental. I didn't mention it, but I think it's fundamental to mention. I think there is space to export the green hydrogen from Brazil, but the industrialization is much more important. To have this green steel, green aluminum, green food, the more we have, we will be able to export not only the hydrogen, but the products. Then also, if we have more space for the hydrogen, better. But the application in Brazil will help us to develop the quicker. In terms of this regulatory mark in Brazil, Dr. Elbia is more qualified to talk about this because she has worked on this more closely. Okay, yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. Since Dr. Elbia was, and we invite her to contribute with the answer of Professor Rossi. What can you say? What can you add to Rossi's answer? And I encourage the audience. I received a question that I will ask in a few minutes. Okay, Dr. Elbia, I'll give you the floor. I will comment about technology. We have the habit of saying that Brazil, China, Europe, but there's been a long time that the economy is global, and the transference of capital knowledge, it occurs in a simultaneous way. So when we talk about a new technology like hydrogen, and it's not new at all, because it's very well known, what is new for us is the scale. We have to work on the scale. And when we talk about scale, we're talking about the production, the storage, and transportation. We have these technological challenges that are very important, and I don't doubt the humankind capacity to solve all these problems. And when we are united for a cause, we always bring good responses very quickly, and this happens with technology. I was in China in September, and I went 3 times to the United Kingdom to visit the hydrogen hubs, and also being able to see this research and development, and I saw that this will happen. It only depends on the scale, and the scale. When you have this economic look in terms of a global economy, you know that the way to find a way to solve these problems is very close, and I don't have any doubt that Brazil will be able to attract these investments. The attractiveness of these investments goes through the natural resources that the country must have, and we have this advantage. We have this comparative advantage when we compare to the rest of the world, but we have to transform this comparative advantage in terms of competitive advantage, and we have to create mechanisms to induce this growth, and this regulatory apparatus is the first. We have other problems, of course. We have other factors that Brazil needs to handle, but this is the first step, and the regulatory mark is very important. This bill that is in the Congress and being carried out by our Congressman Jardim, and he is working with the questions that are necessary. It's going at a good pace. It's mature already, and I think it will be approved. And regardless of this bill that is in Congress, the investments are happening. So we just had the inauguration of plants last year. We have other plants coming in. Hydrogen is happening anyway, but this regulatory apparatus is fundamental, and it's pretty close to be approved. Thank you, Dr. Elbia. And now I will ask the questions from the audience. And I will ask in three. We have three questions here. If you can be more concise in your answers, then we could have more participation from the audience. Two questions are for all the speakers, and one is specifically to Dr. Elbia. The first question is sent by Dionne. It involves hydrogen. The production of hydrogen requires a constant consume of energy, or could it be used only in scenarios that are only an accident and this peak time? I start, and then I can pass to Rossi for him to complement. When we talk about the hydrogen industry, is really making hydrogen. Is not just making hydrogen when we can. We have to. The production of hydrogen, technically, to have efficiency, you need a plant 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you need energy that generates all the time, all day long, and supplying. And that's the beauty of Brazil in this case. The energy that is here with us, 94% that is here with us, is renewable. If you get the electrolyzer and connect, you will produce the green hydrogen. Brazil doesn't have this peak or the energy that is, we have more than we need in terms of installed, and our potential is able to triple in 2050. Just in talking about the wind, I have 800 gigas, so another one of offshore, so we don't lack resources, so we just need a constant production, then we have productivity based on this. We have all the conditions to do this. I agree with you, Elbia. This question that you use what is left, and of course, when you are studying in energy or some energy that you're not able to inject it in the grid, and all this is possible, right? This 24/7 is the factor. So you have the capacity for that equipment. It must produce so much cubic meters full time. And if you use it less, you will have a scale and you're not able to bring the price down. So technically, is it able to do it? Answer to your question, right? Yes, we can do it. Yes, the electrolyzer can produce higher or less quantities. But I agree with Dr. Elbia. The volume here will be the key factor, especially talking about price. I would like to compliment your answer was no compliment. Your answer was satisfactory answer, and I have to answer our panel, but I will ask the questions that were from the audience, and one question that involves a green hydrogen for Andreas and Rossi, if Rossi wants to complement, and one that specifically for Dr. Elbia. Andreas and Rossi, how do you see the advances in the discussions in terms of the circular economic in the energy chain, in terms of the shelf life of the hydrogen and other renewable sources? This is really relevant, this question, and it will be solved in terms of competitive to the kilogram of hydrogen at the end. The hydrogen plants that are being installed with a lifetime of 30 or 40 years, based on the civil construction, the pipeline, valves, and motors, but the electrolyzer, there's a lot of degradation. So electrolyzer we estimate that after 8 or 10 years, its lifetime is over. It can continue operating, but the efficiency will drop a lot. So this we will have to recycle, and depending of the technology of the electrolyzer, and especially if we have precious metals, we will need new technologies to recycle, to recover these metals from the membrane. If I can simplify, it's basically this membrane will catch fire, and then we will recover the precious metals. So based on the competitiveness and the life of these equipment. And yes, to end, yes, it's correct to say that the process of production of hydrogen are known for over 70 years. It's not old engineering, right? So here in this Federal University of ABC, I think that the science sector and academic, they are essential in terms of contribution, because there are a lot of processes that have to improve, not only in the synthesis, but products that were designed for the fossil industry, but we will have the decentralization and the development of other projects, that smaller projects. This will require this contribution of the academy here to adjust these processes in the coming decades. I think that Andreas said basically everything, but I would just like to add that in 10 years you have to change. Talking about the electrolyzer, the start, you have these noble metals, and that's what really concerned us. But the recycling of this will permit us to have the circular economy and be able to have the technology each time more green. Thank you, Rossi. Thank you, Andreas. This question was asked by Renato Oliveira from UFB ABC. Jailton from Uberlândia University asked Dr. Elbia, in the way you see it, the professionals that graduate in the Brazilian colleges, are they ready to lead this production chain based on renewable sources, or will it be necessary to renew their curriculum in their universities? I am a graduate from the Uberlândia University. Okay, hello. So you're from Minas, my state. That's I come from your state too. That's a very good question that you ask. We are really discussing this payday innovation and capacitation. I don't see today the universities completely ready for this huge structural that we have been living. This is we're changing worlds. We are going to this low carbon economy, right? So we are not ready, but we are walking in this direction. So I realized, and I checked this issue very much because I'm very academic in that aspect, and I started working with the universities, and we are more and more trying to create new courses of this renewable energies, especially this renewable energies, and later on you can choose what you want to specialize in. And I can see the effort of the universities, but yes, I agree that it's important to rethink all the teaching of this university. Yes, I think it's important in terms of changing the teaching to adapt to this brave new world that will be a real world, right? Thank you, Dr. Elbia. And unfortunately, we have to end, but we could stay here talking about this subject for hours and hours, right? So we have now to end this panel to reach the near zero emission, right? And I would like to tell you that we will leave the QR code in terms so that you can assess this event. This is very important for us because we want to have a second, a third, a fourth conference like this. So we need your feedback on our event. And I apologize for the questions that you have sent and we were not able to answer, but you could have these questions answered during the interval. We will have a coffee break right after this panel. And I think everything worked out. Dr. Elbia arrived. We were able to talk a lot, and I think we had a panel of a real high quality. And I would like to thank all three for your presence, and I ask for a round of applause for this panel. We would like to take a picture of you. Yeah, up here on the stage. Yes, we can have take a picture here on the stage.
Boa tarde a todas e todos. Eu sou a professora Fabiana.
Good afternoon. I am Professor Mariana of the Community Central of Santo André. I am a researcher and a collaborator at the UFABC and also this national program of management of hydraulic resources that is financed by CAPSI and ANA. I will conduct this Women Forum in the Sustainable Development. The dynamic of this forum is of each of the participants will give a presentation, and right after the moderators, I will invite another moderator to work with me, and they will ask questions, and then I open for the audience. And the audience can ask questions through the QR code, or you can request, and we will give you a microphone. And at our table, we will have the secretary, assistant secretary of licensing of the City Hall of Santo André, Marília Formoso Camargo. She is a graduate in public administration and law. Marília, please, could you come to the table? And we will also have the Assistant Secretary of Housing and Regularization of Land from the City Hall of Santo André, Roberta Cidarte Todesco, and she's a graduate in Architecture and Urbanism. Mariana Luisa de Mello from the UFABC. She graduated in this energy engineering, and also she works at the commercialization of energy chamber and model of energies. And I would like to invite to share this space with me also a student from the ABC University, Renata Cristina dos Santos. She works at Siemens, and she will share this space with me, also asking questions to our speakers. Okay, the first question. The first question I would like to ask is the Assistant Secretary, Planning Assistant Secretary, Marília, associated to this climate change. We foresee the occurrence of extreme weather problems like droughts, floods, and also epidemics that will surge. And one of the protagonists of these changes is the gases that intensify this greenhouse effect. If we see this, what are the advances in terms of remodeling of the urban plan in order to mitigate the possible crisis? And I would like to remember that our region has been facing problems. This is historical, these problems of floods. Good afternoon. My name is Marília. I think that I graduated in law and public administration. This is important because my presentation has a lot of legal information and terms. I'm 27 years old. I am the Secretary of Planning of the City Hall. I'm a young woman that worked with other women and very competent women working with me. And about the question, what are the advances of this urban planning can provide in terms of this climate change, mitigation and reduction of gases and climate adaptation. I would like to highlight in terms of the urban planning 2 points. One that's formal and one that it's material. In terms of a formal aspect, it's necessary to understand that when we talk about this urban planning, what are we talking about? We're talking about this public policy that has started in the Constitution of 1988. And from this policy, we have a subsystem for the urbanistic control. Very few public policies have this status in terms of the legal dogmatic aspect to be bonistic at the same time, be able to put together the civil rights, the owners and the neighbors and the public legal system. It's all of us with the state and the state with other entities. And this urban planning, it gains this status in the Article 1H2 of the Constitution. This has to be better used. This is why I would like to highlight this formal aspect of the urban planning. So when we start understanding this policy that has been instituted and it's mandatory to be followed by the cities, this is not very clear in other policies. We have this sanitation plan. We have this plans for solid waste, but only the director plan is revised at every 10 years, and we have this follow-up. We have this logic of finance, especially of cities like Santo André, and this is due to 1988 and all the remodeling of this urban control, and gives us this public policy status and public planning for the system. And all this mitigation and adaptation of this climate, this has to be used in a better way in the urban planning. This, we would have to take advantage of this and put together all these aspects, and this would value in terms of reducing the greenhouse gases. And it's very important to have this very clear when we talk about this urban planning. We're talking about a policy that the mayors are really paying attention, and the society is affected by these changes, and also this changes that are happening in the climate that affect the city, and we participate in this urban planning. But this council is very powerful in terms of resources. We have 15 million reais that it's available. There isn't any other policy that has all this money available. So this is the formal aspect. And besides this, I would like to mention the material problem that is a consequence of this urban planning. It's able that we can assure the ways of mitigating the climate problems that are related to the greenhouse gases, and also this climate adaptation in those areas that things have already exploded. For example, the America Park here in Santo André, that's where we have floods. Constantly we have floods. We have this climate adaptation. And of course, if I have a good mitigation system, and I hope that in the future we have less extreme events and that neighborhood would be less affected. But until this happens, we have to do something because families live there, right? So the instruments that we have for planning, this directed planning and the code of works that we have to do, this is very valuable for the institution in the way of implementing these policies. And with the director of planning, I can assure that there will be an intervention of these policies, and we talk about multi-secretarial. This is very complex for people that work with public policy. It's very easy to write about this, but it's very difficult to put it in practice. It's it's a consequence of this secretarial work that we do, but I can use this director planning like a mechanism of putting together this reduction and mitigation of risk together with this urban policy, make these two policies work, talk among them, and I'm working with this planning, and this will be climate indicators, which is not obvious, and I will deal with mitigation and adaptation. How will I do this? I will encourage the owner to include solutions based on the nature in this specific region. And that's why I mentioned the formal aspect. This is a kind of policy that can do this, and I can go to this gentleman and say, you are an entrepreneur in the spot of the city, and you have to do this, right? So what we really need to do is to bring this urban plan into and use it to implement this kind of proposal. So besides all this director plan and zoning, this code of building, there are other local projects. That's the Jardim Santo André project that many of you followed up. That's a project that from the City Hall that was selected by the federal government, but also other projects. I could have another project at Vila America, for example, and deal with it in a coordinated way and send investment specifically in that area. What I really want to say, what is the contribution, what is the remodeling that we have to do? I mean, there is space to work. Some things are already being done. So we have this recent reference. So this civil defense that has this risk mapping in the city of Santo André. They wanted to participate in the review of the director planning, and this included their guidelines in our plan, because they know that this is a space that this will be implemented, and to put together new projects and the verifying of the lowering of the phreatic layer, and this would be able to mitigate this climate change. I don't know if it fulfills what was established, but this is what I wanted to say. If you want to say anything else about your trajectory, and I went directly to the question, if you want us to talk a little bit more about yourself, okay, just feel free to talk about your other projects. Roberto, please, can you give your presentation? I brought a material from the Santo André Jardim and a little about this work that I have been doing. Can I give out? Can I give out? I would ask this colleague there to Cadu to help me. And it's under my bag. There's a material there. All the architect like this A3 sheet. Nobody likes A4 sheet. We like A3 sheets. This material. Before I introduce myself, if you want to give out, this is a summary of a presentation, and then when I talk about it, it will be easier for you to understand. My name is Roberto Rizardo Todesco, but the people know me as Roberto Todesco. They don't mention my middle name. And after remarried, I've been married for 18 years, and I've been together with my husband for 25 years. So the middle name we forget, and I'm very proud of my husband's last name. That's the last name I use. I've been working in the public sector for 14 years. I'm a career employee, and it's important to mention that here at this table, it's important to say that I have two children, two boys. One is 14, and I divide what this profession that I love very much, being a mother and being a professional, and it's not easy to divide these two professions. But we as women, we can do it in a very beautiful way, and I'm sure all men here agree with me, because many of you are married, and we are multifunction, right, as you know well. And in terms of the specific question, if you want to ask me, the city of Santo André was one of the 6 cities that was selected as the project, the present city. These cities will be partners of the Ministry of Cities and the Confederation of Brazil and Germany in the development of integrated urban projects inside this project that will be developed inside Santo André. What are the studies that will be performed in terms of having the expansion of the housing areas, respecting the green areas and the conservation areas? I left the rest of my presentation because I already knew what you were going to ask me. Having been working here for 14 years, I have gone through a lot of dynamics that happen in my secretary, my job. It has been the urban secretary and housing secretary, and now it's the regularization of land property. And during the development of work that I've done, and I was hands-on technical. I would step in the mud, I would go to slums and work with social projects, urban projects. And during this time, and I was just growing in my career, not only in technical, but also in management. And then I became a manager, then I became a director, and now I hold this position as assistant secretary. And what has this brought me during this time? This brought me the wisdom to understand what is involved in the hands-on work. And I think it's very important to mention this in the universities, because many times in the university we base ourselves, we base ourselves in the literary and academic questions, but we know in the day-to-day we need to have our hands on, right? So, and being knowledgeable about this Santo André project, I already knew about it, and I had already been working in this area for a long time. This is a neighborhood in Santo André that has over 35,000 inhabitants in the skirts of Santo André. Vila Luzita, I don't know if you know Vila Luzita. Vila Luzita borders, it's a macro zone, it's the last border zone in Santo André, and it involved with the Marina. We talked about this director plan, and also the macro zone of environmental protection. And it's also part of this absorbing Parque Pedroso area. This is a natural reserve that we have. It's a park that we have here. It's a conservation unit that is, and just to give you a comparison, it's 6 times the Ibirapuera Park in São Paulo. And it's the cradle of the springs of Santo André, water springs of Santo André. And it's up to us to understand our hydraulic capacity that this region has, which is huge hydraulic capacity. And during this process of occupation during the last 50 years and the last 20 years, this occupation was completely disorganized of this territory. The territory belongs to the state, the urban development company of the state. They tried for many times to manage this territory aspect, and I cannot deny that yes, they had some success in some areas, but most of it they didn't have success. And why didn't they have so much success? what happened in this area exactly? What did this area suffer this irregular occupation process that deals so badly with the environmental aspect of their neighbors? Which is 60% of the territory of Santo André. Why does this occur? Many are the aspects and questions, and we can talk about this for long hours, right? But to summarize that, what happens is sometimes we don't have this public policy that will be able to look as in an integrated way of the territory. They only checked the housing aspect without looking at the individual. Then sometimes they looked at the individual. I will give some social questions. I will check some social questions, and also the risk was one of the issues that has been going on for many decades. The risk, the hydrological risk. We have this a lot of floods, and also geological, because we have these mountains or hills that are being occupied in an irregular way. And when the human being attacks the nature responds, right? So, and I visit these areas and I listen to this population a lot. In order to have this integrated way of working, we have to listen a lot to people, what they have to say. And they tell me, I do it this way because I just can't live under the bridge with my children. And when I hear a mother saying this to me, I feel encouraged to say, yes, you can't live under the bridge with your children. So I have to offer some kind of a policy. So this policy now that we and we started work, and we were selected among 170 proposals in Brazil, and we were selected. We are the only city in the state of São Paulo that is included in this project, and this was a relief for us. It was beautiful. I'm going to use a dramatic word, beautiful. It was fantastic for us inside the city because this provided the possibility to work with the problem of sustainability, which is a fashion word, right? It's a hype word right now, sustainability. But in practice, what does this mean? Once you have this urban development that's sustainable and integrated in the practice, this is we have to work with public policy in an integrated way. And in this project now, we have 5 secretaries that are involved in this cities, over 25 technicians working together with us in this proposal. And going into the core of this question, what are the studies that are being conducted in order to have this expansion of this housing sector and this disorganized way of the population occupying the space makes us go after some more creative forms of dealing with this problem and the possibilities of producing this housing projects. Everybody has the right to have a house, right? So in a perfect way. And how are we going to work in such a degraded area like the Jardim Santo André? And the study cannot be a single study. It has to be integrated. So our project work with this environmental study, with the territory and social. This is demanding. We have to do it, extremely demanding. And after we conduct the study, and this is extremely important, because if you don't know the territory, if you don't know the problem, then you don't know what you are going to propose, and then the other studies will come in terms of new practices, new ways of provide housing, a creative way to deal with the problem with that space. And then after this, dealing with that space and proposing other ways of occupying that space is having the sustainable housing and having this sustainable urbanism is not attacking the territory, and also recovering this territory, because it's very important for Santander, and also including this bioclimate issues, environmental issues, and our colleague Mariana will talk more about this, right? My time is over, right? I still have 1 minute? Don't. Okay, I will take hold of this 1 minute if I really have it. I sped up at the end, but if we can talk more about it, and I'm available for additional questions or further information that you might want me to give you. Mariana, could you introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your career, and then we'll ask you a question. My name is Mariana Izuka. I'm graduated in engineering, energy engineering. I'm from the first group, and I also work with complex models. In terms of career, I've been working in the electric sector for more than 10 years. I've been working in EBTEC, COMEG, Electric Santo Antônio, Bioenergy, and currently I work at CCEE, which is the Chamber of Commercializing Electrical Engineer, and I work with pricing of energy and energy studies here at ABC. I worked with this HUM3E. This is an Institute of the Electrical Engineer Institute. And inside this event that occurred in Rio, I met my husband, and we are the parents of a baby, a beautiful baby. And I'm very proud of her. And I would like also to mention a payday from ANEL that was recently published by the director Agnes Costa, and it talks about the actuation of women in the electrical sector. Only 21% of the people that work in the electrical energy are women. And in terms of the sector of activity, only 11% work in the operational area and 20% in the leadership. So we're working more in the services and the management. And what are the elements that are the hurdles for hiring women? And 72% are related to the academic graduation, and 20% is related to gender. The recruiter, he doesn't imagine that that spot could be taken by a woman. And I would like to thank Professor Mariana Renata for providing this such important panel with technical questions, especially for women. I think that's my presentation. For me, I'm very proud to hear a career so much close to mine. I'm also in the energy sector. I also worked in the CCEE chamber, and that's what based my question to you. So I also hold a position in the Siemens Energy in terms of projects, high tension substations, which is an area dominated by men, and I'm very proud to be working in a sector like this, and I thank for all the teaching that I have received. And Mariana, can I ask you a question? Okay. In terms of the climate change, in terms of this fulfilling these energy contracts, in terms of buying energy, this acquisition, it's related to the PNB. And in the situation of this dispatching plants or physical supply problems, and then we reach this activation of thermal plants, and when we have problems with the climate and also the increase in the price of energy, and related to this climate change, that problems we have been having, what in terms of dispatch, and also looking for better prices in terms of energy. This aspect is very important because in order to mitigate the effects of climate change, the main thing that you have to do is to substitute fossils by renewable energy, and in this way, and based on the recent years and in terms of increasing of our matrix, and I want this joining of sources, especially hydraulic and wind, because wind can complement the hydraulic energy, and we will fulfill this demand in terms of being able to maintain the consumption. I think I've answered your question. Would you like to open for the audience now for questions? Thank you, Mariana, Roberta, Marília. The audience can send their questions using the QR code of the previous panel, but you can also request a microphone and ask your question using the microphone for any of the speakers here. Feel free to do it. Just a second. You need the microphone to ask your question. You mentioned this how to complement with wind energy, but the solar energy, I think that the cost and having this solar farm, I think it would be more expensive, and this would not work as a complement for the hydraulic, or in terms of talking about the wind energy. What do you think? The wind energy should be more important than solar point in terms of complementing with hydraulic? My niece asking questions. I think it's she's asking to me, right? To complement the hydraulic and wind, because of seasonal aspects, the peak of generation, the wet period. This is having this wind farm. It's much better. And when we are in a period that we have less hydraulic generation, with this June, July, August, September, that's when we have more wind energy. So the seasonal and annual, this complement would be this hydraulic and wind would be better. But I also believe that when we check the day-to-day, the wind with solar also is able to complement each other. So it's not only the aspect of the price itself, because technologies have been advancing a lot, right? So, and the cost itself it's becoming better, more viable, but I think the season is more important in terms of checking than the cost. Good afternoon. Congratulations for the organization for this panel. My name is Sérgio Nardelli. I am from the Ministry of Development in Industry, and my question is, how can we bring more women to this sector, to the energy sector? Because we have to encourage children to be inserted in the technology in mass, and this has been more and more difficult, especially for the technical area, to bring people to this technical area, especially talking about women, right? So recently I was in Germany, and I visited the Bosch Research Center, and we were received by a Brazilian engineer,
Fomos recebidos por uma engenheira
a female Brazilian
Ou seja,
engineer.
os alemães estão
And
projetando as nossas
the Germans are hiring our female
Qual
engineers,
será
right?
a solução
So
pra
what
gente
would be the solution
incentivar mais
for
mulheres
us
na
to
energia?
encourage more women to come to this energy sector?
Obrigada, Sérgio.
Thank you, Sérgio.
Direcionada para alguma das
Is this a specific question? I think it's for me, right? Because I talked a lot about women in the electrical energy. We have to encourage our girls in the math and the science field. So it goes also into the training. So companies can provide training to people and also encourage people and women that work in other areas can be able to work in this technical area. So I really believe in this education as an answer for this encouragement that you mentioned.
Vou adorar complementar, tá?
I love to
Eu acho que as
add
mulheres já
to
estão.
this answer. I think women
Eu
already
vejo isso, eu
are,
tenho na minha família também.
because I can see this, and I have examples in my family. I have a sister that is in the area, and she's working in a new company related to renewable energy. So women already is involved, and they have a fundamental role because women can see it in a more wide way. Women can deal with many things at the same time. I'm not saying that men can't do this. There are many men that can do it, but there's more natural to women to deal with more things at the same time. And when we talk about energies and all the energies involved, all the possibilities that we see, and there's also the look that has to be more wide in terms of integration, in terms of possibilities to bring innovations to our area. And why am I mentioning this? Because my area, we work with this social housing projects, and I have and we have all this proposals that we receive for, and I demand
interligados com as questões energéticas, energia fotovoltaica, enfim,
voltaic energy and issues related to the environment.
Eu acho que às vezes
And sometimes it's just a matter of looking, because the women are there, and they are taking a lot of space, because there is this possibility of doing more. What will I leave in terms of legacy to my children? So this is our instinct, natural instinct. What will I leave in terms of legacy to my children, right? So we talk about Zodiac 7 or 12 axis. There are names for that, for numbers, for everything, right? But at the end, it's the same thing, right? We have to provide some new solutions in terms of energies and differentiated energies, new possibilities, and for our day-to-day lives. Because I think, I repeat, women is already there. It's just a matter of looking. Yes, we occupy some spaces, of course, and this moment here that we are having here is important, but it's challenging, it's difficult for us, I have to say, not only related to technology, because there's not much encouragement, but we have to change our culture, and this is necessary that this be included in the education since the fundamental school. And if we don't have women in the sector and leadership position, also we have to put more women there, because when you finally when you're able to get to some kind of a position, it's also difficult to stay there, and also to provide conditions for opportunities, and be able saying, this is what I did, and show what I did. Women women it doesn't have, but we have this imposter syndrome many times, and we have to overcome these barriers. So if we have it, imagine the rest of the society. They also have towards us. Any other questions? Somebody raise their hand. Good afternoon. My name is Victoria. I'm a visiting professor here at ABC. I will take advantage because nobody has mentioned it. I would like to complement that question related to women, especially in my case, that's faculty, and I have graduated in engineering, and I came to the academic area because I was not able to get a job. That's a frustration, right? So, but I can see that it has improved a lot because I can see many of my students working in the area. I met Mariana. We lived together when we were studying in college, and I'm very happy. I'm very proud to see people that have graduated from the ABC and are working in the area. And I agree that women are in the area, but I think it's not enough. And my subjects that I teach here, 25% are women in this engineering courses, and we have different engineering courses. This instrumental and automation engineering, and it can go down to 5% of women in these areas. So it's necessary to have new public policies and encourage children to enter these areas and remove that idea of that you're not able, you have to be, somebody has to take care of you, because that's cultural, that's related to education. And I would also change a little bit subjects and asking, and it's related to costs, because we talk about the things of encouraging renewable energy, but there's a lot to do with the cost, right? Will we have some partnership? Will we receive some subsidy from the government and to be able to use this energy? So Mariana mentioned that this renewable have these more accessible affordable costs. So, and I would like to hear a little bit about the costs of renewable energy. I believe that the subsidies that we have received for this renewable energies are very important to give some kind of a maturity to this industry in order to reduce the cost and to be able to put these plants in operation, these mills in operation, and we have to check what are the matrix, how they are evolving, and I think that subsidies are not so much necessary like they were before. The cost has dropped; it's becoming very competitive, and in a way that it becomes possible that we just could give up these subsidies that have been on for so long. Our area is not exactly energy, but I would like to just mention an example of this public policies and mention how important they are, and especially talking about the gender and also the encouragement in terms of changing this energy matrix. Today in the city of Santo André, the public power, they have these photovoltaic mills for supplying with this public buildings. And this really called attention from the other investors, and they want to know how does this work. So this public power is a catalyzer. The state in Brazil, I don't know if it's cultural or educational, but it's a catalyzer of new things. And in terms of planning, there are some legislation in Brazil already in practice that when you talk about renewable energy, there is a discount in the building prices and taxes. So you deal with these costs and money all the time, right? So you already have this. It's not very much for the sector, but this shows how important it is in terms of providing this public policies that can change these cultural aspects. Thank you, Marília, Mariana, Roberta. Any other question? Any other comments, comments that you have? Oh, you can also send through the QR code, or ask using the microphone, and Rafael will just raise your hand, and Rafael will take the microphone to you. So then, if you don't have, we have a question, and I would like to add about women in the sector, and the diversity is right here at the table for these speakers that we have here, and the individual is not really included in this subject. So even inside CCEE, this diversity in terms of courses that we have, it's not very significant. Sometimes a woman works with IT or law, and maybe they go into the energy, and then they see how big is the sector and how much it's related to the development of the society. I think that the trend is to increase the number of women in the sector. I will ask Mariana a question, and it's related to this day-to-day in terms of simulation in this computer models in terms of new energies. What are the challenges that you see, this uncertainties of this hydrological problems, and what is the coupling, time coupling, or interferences of present decisions related to future decisions? For example, a hydraulic source, and you can have lack of water supply in the future, right? Yes, we were talking about this. Roberto, who has raised his hand also, this is the operator dilemma, right? When you're able to optimize your resources in order to assure the supply in the present without compromising the future. So in this way, the biggest challenge is to be able to anticipate a critical situation and having this opportunity to act beforehand, before this emergency shows up. And in terms of this energy sector, the emergency is to be able to use the thermal plants, and this is exactly the opposite in terms of trends, in terms of reducing the use of these thermal plants that are operated by these fossil fuels. So in this way, also in terms of climate change, we have this, we can see that there's extreme events that have never been seen before in history. And like in 2021, we saw there was the biggest shortage in 90 years. In 2021, there was this biggest shortage of hydraulic or hit, and then in October, in the wet season, we saw the other extreme. We have this abundance of water with floods. So try to forecast this in conventional models and situations that had never been registered before. It's extremely difficult and also extremely challenging. Thank you. What Renata just said, it's both for this operational policy with the annex. It is the national operator of the system, and also the price and where I work with the commercialization of electrical energy. And we have a question from the audience, right? Microphone. Roberto will ask. I will try to say it in a different way. I was very happy when I met Mariana again, and she told me that now she has a big family through the 3E. I answered an email. There was a lot in my message box, and there was this training of the 3E. Do you remember this teacher in service program? Do you remember? That's when we started presenting at the 3E, the foundation of the 3E as an activity here. This teacher in service program. This is, I took this course in Rio de Janeiro, and Professor Patricia went with me, and she then brought this idea of the 3E. It was basically upon what this attending, and this was related to encouraging young people to follow careers, the technology careers like math and other technological careers. And here at ABC, we tried to encourage people here. Do you remember this this time? And what could be included in this public policies in terms of having the men here, in terms of prepare this class plans, trying to show how science can be fun, how math. Have you participated in the Little Bag program? And I would like you to talk a little bit about this, and could this be included in some public policies? And before you answer, and I invite you tomorrow to attend my presentation. I will give a presentation. And can you talk about this program that I mentioned? And could this be included in the public policy to improve the teaching in order to demystify science as a barrier that frightens people, not only women but also men? Yes, you're talking about the stereotype that science and other areas of technology are boring, right? And this project that you mentioned try to bring more a fun dynamic to. We had some elements that were like playing, and it was really pure science that we were dealing with. Yes, I attended, I remember, and these are one of the mechanisms that we have that can be used in order to encourage young people, girls and boys, to work, or at least to get interested in this area, more technical areas. And Professor Patricia was always, she always incentivized us and the creation of the 3E. And having this graduation journey with the women professor was really a watershed in my career. And this reflected in my life for sure. And I have a last question. There's a professor here that would like to ask, but we only have time for one last question, and then the professor can later on talk to the speakers and the current situation that we have been living related to high temperatures and also related to this micro distribution in the urban perimeter. What are the policies being done to reduce the heat increase? What has been done to reduce the impact of the heat increase in temperatures? Marília could probably answer this. Here, I was whispering. This is not very nice to do, but I was whispering here to Marina, and we can and we must do a lot of meteorological models, and we do it. We have this integrated center inside the city that we deal and also receive these projections from the state, and in a practical way we use these projections for the real application inside the city. What can we do with this? And going inside what has been said, and also related to your question, we are able to map inside the city what are these islands, these regions, what are the problems of the city, and I can tell you that most of them are related to this irregular occupation, this social interest areas where I have this devastated areas where I have this square meter that is extremely occupied, crowded. I have a lot of people living without sanitation and health problems inside this area. So we use these models. The practical way of doing tell us how to use this, and we also use this because this is correlated to what the city is searching in terms of public policy and other plans, because we know that this Vila Luzia region that's related to the project, just to have this trigger, and that region has all these problems, and inside this risk reduction plan will be considered inside the plan the issues. And I'm going to mention another plan that we are reviewing. We are reviewing this director plan of the city and other municipal plans, also the housing plans. So all these issues are used as support in terms of this housing policy. And as I mentioned when I first introduced myself, we need the data, we need the survey to be able to have a good policy for this work. And we can put together the technical issues. We are two technicians here. We are two technicians here talking to you, and we're working this as housing policy and related to this political questions, issues that are involved. Yes, we can do it, and we use these parameters inside these policies, and sometimes they are not directly visible in their correlation, but they are implicit in our actions, in our day-to-day actions. I think that you brought, we love to say that this Santo André project, this integrated project, we worked together, we coordinated this project. But it's curious to say that together with the city secretary and the legal, and then that's the real city informal, right? So two sides of the city got together. That's better interesting. So we formulated rules. We had a lot of demands that were said, the impermeability, permeability of the soil, that 50%, and Roberta also, because of other factors, social, economic factors, and the city that is irregularly occupied, and nobody has to mention this permeability. There's no sanitation, there's no ventilation included in this project. So just as to tell you, just to give you an idea how big is our challenge, it's bigger than just saying that this 15% permeability, so 50% of your area will be of permeable area. So this impact in the neighborhood, you will have to have trees planted in all this region. So this is something that we demand. This is micro, so that's the importance of the projects in these vulnerable areas. And also, this is an aspect that we have to work in terms of climate change. The exposition of the vulnerability, it increases the effects of this extreme climate events. So the area that is more affected is there. It's not here in terms of defining the permeability area. That area that we mentioned, the poor area, doesn't have a park, for example. And Roberta said very well when she said that we are at the outskirts of the city in a great community that borders with this conservation unit, and they see that unit as an empty area. So see the density of, so you can't build in this area because it's not allowed. That's what we tell them. It's and the debate is stronger, and this tells us how important is this kind of debate, and to include the social importance and that forces people that are living there without sanitation, without health, and to make that environment part of their day-to-day life. And so it's fantastic to be able to work and help these people. I think I answered a lot about these heat islands, but I don't want people to forget about this challenge that we face. This public policy is to have a city for the people. That's the most important aspect. Thank you for our guests and Renata that also helped me here as a moderator, the audience. And I would like to give a special thank for the people that are listening and watching the transmission. And Professor Patricia, who is watching us, and she is one of the responsible for this Sustainable Forum for Women. As the professor, I'm very happy, this is the word, to be young women that are active, and they know very well what they're doing, their role, and they're very strong and very free to do their work. And as a professor, that makes me very happy to see this. And I would like to leave some messages to you. Prefer access the QR code to assess our event. And the second message that I have is we will have a lecture of our diamond sponsor right after this panel. And the third message is the phones. Some phones, they forget to get their IDs that they left to get when they got their phones. So they forget the IDs. So don't forget to return your phones and get your ID. And we now need an official picture, right? All of us together. Mm-hmm. Oh, on time.
Agora sim? Bom, pessoal, uma boa tarde, não? Para aqueles que não nos estão acompanhando há pouco, não? Sou o professor Joel, que está como chair do evento. E quero agradecer a todos que nos estão acompanhando pela transmissão no YouTube, a todos que nos estão acompanhando desde cedo. Cada mesa de debate, cada plenária tem sido muito interessante. Estamos já chegando quase ao final do nosso primeiro dia, não? Do nosso primeiro dia. E como mencionei, não, nas minhas palavras de abertura, este evento não teria sido possível sem apoio, sem justamente nosso patrocinador Diamante, não? E então, para nós é muito importante, foi muito importante ter como parceiro, não? Ao Centro de Excelência em Hidrogênio e Tecnologias Sustentáveis, não? E eu vou dar passo ao professor Marcelo para que nos apresente um pouco mais sobre. Mas antes, por favor, quero que podamos bater palmas e agradecimento a nosso patrocinador. Por favor, professor Marcelo.
Pessoal, eu vou ser breve porque nós temos um welcome reception daqui a pouco, certo? E creio que nós estamos um pouco cansados da jornada do dia de hoje. Então, eu combinei com o Joel que, para não me estender, a apresentação é curta. E desde já renovo aqui o meu agradecimento pela oportunidade de estar colaborando com a Universidade Federal do ABC. Lembrando que nós fazemos parte de um sistema federal de ensino superior público, mantido pelo governo central, e ele compreende só de universidades 69 instituições. Somos 69 instituições com uma grande capilaridade pelo Brasil. Se nós considerarmos os institutos federais, esse número aumenta bastante. Então é uma satisfação estar aqui podendo colaborar. E eu vou falar do CETES, que é o Centro de Excelência em Hidrogênio e Tecnologias Energéticas Sustentáveis, recém-criado na Universidade Federal de Goiás, mas que é resultado da reunião de vários centros de pesquisa que nós temos lá. Eu vou falar um pouco sobre esse centro e, como um bom paulistano, eu vou falar de Goiás, o estado que eu já moro há 13 anos. Então, algumas informações, talvez, para quem não conhece Goiás. O estado da região centro-oeste, que é muito reconhecido pela música sertaneja, temos muito
And we like very much this rhythm, the country music rhythm. And we are known for agribusiness, also for the heat, that it's very hot. Our state is very hot. We are very close to the capital of Brazil, Brasilia. But Goiás always had this image. And all this said, I would like to say that the state, in terms of comparison, we are a little bit smaller than Germany, just to give you an idea of the size of our territory. We don't have the population of Germany, but our population is bigger than New Zealand, 8 million people. It's a small state compared to São Paulo or other bigger states in our territory. But we want to be known. We want to be known for our virtues, for the virtues that of New Zealand and Germany. New Zealand has a vocation for the agribusiness and tourism. We want to be known for this too. Andreas told me that he visited one of our national parks, the Chapada dos Veadeiros. I recommend, if you like waterfalls, if you like to go trekking, this is a very hiking. It's a very good place to do this. And we have this virtue in terms of energy, exploring our vocations, and the Chetes are attentive. My name is Marcelo Ferreira Chete. I'm not from the engineering. I'm from a management area. And starting with 2015, I started going into the energy universe, and I have been working since then to make it possible to have initiatives like this. Chats were created formally in September, but it's a result of at least 4 years that we have been negotiating to have this financial condition that the state of Goiás finally gave us. This is a partnership of the Goiás government through this resource foundation of the state of Goiás and the unit of the Federal University of Goiás, and also some researchers from EFG, and FUNAP is our support foundation for UFG. I promised I was going to be brief, and I will be brief. And what is the objective of the CHET? Our objective is to develop this applicable resource. University has a lot of basic resource. There are some researchers working with applicable research, but we have this mission. It's a commitment that we have with the state of Goiás that we have to go forward with this applicable resource, and including to attract investment to our state. And the center, the name of the center says that we are going to be working with energies related to the hydrogen and renewable energies with low carbon. So therefore it's a multidisciplinary center. And why is it a multidisciplinary? Because you can see that there are various lines of research, that 8 lines of research, 8 challenge that we face, in fact. And we developed at this center this academic units that are colleges from UFG. I am from the Management and Economy College. We have this Chemistry Institute and Physicist Physics Institute. And how can we put together our interests and the researchers of this unit? This is our challenge, because energy transition cannot be seen as an area that's a monodisciplinary, it's multidisciplinary area, and this is our commitment with these 8 lines that I will be talking about each one. And then I will end my presentation talking a little bit about this policy in terms of creation these excellence centers. This is a center of excellence, and this is not the name that we chose just to have it nice. This is a public policy of the state of Goiás. And one of the lines of research, this is one of the important themes here, this hydrogen. We will be working with all the challenges that have been shown to us here. We see these research lines that are being financed by the German government through the GEZ, and they are already working with this application of hydrogen and thinking of the challenges of the energy transition. And we have as a mission to explore the production, purification, storage, conversion, transportation, and distribution of this low-carbon hydrogen. And this involves research in new technologies, different materials, and also these inputs that are renewable, so that we can make these challenges work. And this is a state that it is not in the coast of Brazil. We are in the center part of Brazil. We don't want to be an exporter of hydrogen because we don't have this competitive advantage. We're not good at this. We are far away from ports like Pecém, Porto do Açu in Rio de Janeiro, for example, but we have biomass, and we have this rate of solar energy that's very big, and we are in this plant area of Brazil. This is the reservoir of Brazil. That's where we have this hydrographic basins in Brazil. And it's a dry region in some parts of the year, but it's that there that we have the springs, the water springs, and we have the commitment of maintaining these water springs to continue for a long time. So this plain area of Brazil, the plains of Brazil, and we have to be inserted in this context based on the geological position that we occupy. And let me show here. Another challenge that we have, these advanced fuels and also the capture of CO2, the application of hydrogen specifically are these advanced fuels. And since we are a very important producers of biofuels like biodiesel, and we understand that we are able to contribute to some pathways of production of these advanced fuels, and starting from the biofuels that we already have and using methods like the hydrogenation of biodiesel, and also going ahead in the capture of CO2 and combining it with hydrogen, and maybe we will be able to create this synthetic fuels. We have this research line. I think that my colleague, I don't know if my colleague is still here, Guilherme is still here, right? He's a researcher, and exactly from this area, and he's been developing a very interesting work related to this supercritical water, and it's integrated with the process with the filtered process to produce synthetic fuel. And we have been walking in this direction, and we think that we can collaborate even more, because Goiás, depending on this crop, it's the second producer of ethanol in Brazil, second only to São Paulo, and we are ahead of Minas Gerais and other important places. So this is important to highlight. This renewable energy, this concept is a wider concept, and we want to understand it better. Those photovoltaic solar energy, hydroelectric, wind energy, we don't have in our region wind, so much wind like in the coast of Brazil or like in the state of Bahia. But our research team, they are specialized in these propellers for wind turbines and we have this payday that's supported by Eletrobras, and it goes in the direction of this research of the wind energy. We have a wind tunnel at our university, and it's not the biggest one in the States. The biggest one is in the Eletrobras Research Center. But we have a smaller version of this wind tunnel, and we provide research with these wind turbines. And maybe in the future we will be included in this wind technology, also applying our technology in terms of generators, wind turbines, and micro generators also. And another thing that's important to mention, and we heard in Andreas and Hess in Elbia participated, it's related to the storage of energy, and we also see that Goiás can contribute in a very important way. What we have heard and talked a lot about batteries, for example. It's good to highlight that the state of Goiás is one of the most important producers of minerals, and we have these critical minerals for the production of batteries, right? We need, of course, more advances in the research to apply these materials, but we are a big producer of nickel, this atheristic nickel, and it's not the most adequate nickel, but we have some researchers working on this. What they recommend is the sulfate nickel. I'm not an expert in the area, but we have this arteritic nickel in Brazil, the leading producer. We produce copper also, niobio, We also produce phosphate. We have production and also rare earth materials. And not exactly for batteries, but for these wind turbines, we can use this rare earth materials. And why not thinking of the integration of these minerals in this chain that we have to build in terms of storage? We cannot talk about this if we don't mention the sustainable mobility, if we talk about the renewable energy, if we talk about with batteries, if we work with hydrogen. And why not think about projects that are related to this electrical propulsion or hydrogen propulsion? And we have experts working on this in labs, but we want to go even further deeper in this agenda. Sérgio works with me in this mobility platform, and we have some initiatives occurring right now currently, and UFG is involved, and we want to bring some investments in payday in this area. So it's good to remember that universities are the right place to have this development and application. We, depending on the university campus, we have like a mini city. Our campus, one of our campi, it has a flow of people of around 20,000 people circulating daily there. We have also the housing of students, and we have this mini plants. We have this. We have buses that circulate internally, and I'm talking about Goiás. I'm not talking about the USP in São Paulo, for example. That's much bigger than ours, right? So, if we have this condition to offer these companies to like a living lab to test these technologies, we understand that the CHESF can bring a lot of contribution in this area. And at the end, I want to tell you that we're just in one of the excellences. I said that UFG is also an artificial intelligence center, and artificial intelligence is a center of excellence. There's a line of research that's being developed. This autonomous mobility research. We already have a vehicle that was we bought it in England, and we're testing it to be tested for the autonomous driving, and it's an electric vehicle, and this autonomous with electricity for vehicles is included here, and we're going to be using these excellence centers to work on this too. Also, smart grids. We have a lot of team with this electrical engineering that work a lot with this microgrids, nets or intelligent nets or flex grids, and there are a lot of names for this, but it's related to what Elbia said before. What are one of our Achilles heels that we had in the blackout in August? Digitalization, right? So these things that were mentioned here, they need this artificial intelligence to be included. So IoT and also even blockchain has to, we can contribute in this way. And I think that we will have some interesting things going on here. We are now working with this project that is quite ambitious, and if it works, we will be able to bring some solutions to this 69 universities that are part of our federal system, right? And the energy efficiency, I don't consider this a research line in development. It's more related to the application, right, and the development of projects in terms of service. that are provided. We have a lot of space in the state of Goiás to improve this energy efficiency in public buildings and also our plants, especially this low heat industry. The state of Goiás occupies a big participation in the food industry, and the food industry demands heat. For example, a cement or a steel mill. But we have space to develop this work in terms of energy efficiency. And this is the last line, and probably there, that's where I understand better. Maybe I said a lot of wrong things before, because this is not, because I come from this management and economy area, right, economics, and we work with this economic viability and business models, and also we act in the public policies, and we see that we can contribute for other lines in terms of research for other centers if we help in this part, and that's something that our customers they complain a lot. There's payday advances in terms of technology, but there's a question in terms of this financial economic viability. Give me what is the business modeling. We have to develop or improve this regulatory infrastructure. And I call your attention of this last part of the text here. And I think it's very important to mention the sandbox regulators in the electrical sector, but also in the financial. Central bank uses this, and when you're developing technologies that don't have a regulation, depending on the scope. It's interesting to mention that. Remember that I mentioned that this campus can be a small city, a mini city, so we can put this campus inside this sandbox regulatory, right? It's a very small space, but I can test things that I couldn't test in a big city, for example, in a whole city. So we've been discussing this in the area of hydrogen, and also in the terms of energy storage, microgrids that don't have a defined regulation. So it's possible to have this things done. And I end saying that this center of excellence doesn't have anything to do with the marketing strategy. We can say that it's a center of excellence, and this center of excellence policy was created in 2019. We cannot say that it's a state policy. It's a policy of government, because the government and the government that was in power, that's the same one that it was in 2019, and it made it possible for us to advance this policy, to implement this excellence centers implementation, focused in this development in order to generate great positive impact in terms economic and also generation of jobs, which is the concern of all governments. So we're not the only excellence centers. Chesney is here. This is the newborn baby. But the state of Goiás has invested 100,000 million reais in the structure of other countries. We have this AI Center of Excellence. I also collaborate here, and CEIA has a customer list that generates a flow investments of 70 million reais, and CEIA in the central west part of Brazil, and central Brazil. We have over 400 researchers in terms of AI, and we were the first university to create this baccalaureate course in AI in 2019. there's a proposal of this policy is to bring to Goiás something that we didn't have before. And as I mentioned in the beginning, Goiás is the country music state, the agribusiness state, but also we can also currently say that we are a state that produces AI, all these algorithms of machine learning. We are studying these autonomous driving vehicles. And I also coordinate this project that involves prediction involving machine learning. And we do this with Goianian researchers, and we also collaborate with other institutions. Some customers, like say, we have customers like Natura, Banco Itaú, Copel with this energy company from the state of Paraná. We have customers for like iFood. Maybe you don't know, but some of the functionalities of iFood, when you use it, you're using some of our service that is provided by our AI center from Goiânia. And we have other excellent centers, SEAGRE, which is in the federal Goiânia, in the city of Rio Verde. If you don't know Goiás, Rio Verde is considered the concentration of agricultural production, the most important in the state, and the central region of Brazil, together with the Mato Grosso state. And they work with this exponential agriculture, working this advanced technologies and precision agriculture also they work. And there are a lot of projects being developed there. The CBU is focused in bio input, and it's in the countryside of Goiás, and the central of Goiás, and it focuses in the agricultural sustainability. We still depend a lot on these chemical fertilizers to produce our grains that are exported to Europe, to Russia, and China. And we have technology to produce from inputs. We have some bio plants that are implanted in Goiás. We have the SEMPA, which is, we're very proud of this center of excellence, this monitoring and prediction for environmental control. I don't work there. I don't know what they are doing very well, but I talked to people that have worked there and are working there, and they understand a lot about this plain area in Brazil, together with Embrapa that knows a lot. And these people, they work with this remote sensing, and they will contribute very much to the recovery of this area in Brazil that is being exploited with the agricultural of farmers. And the IoT center, and we want to be a very important player within the telecom and also with IoT and also connectivity. Maybe next year we will have one of these that will be selected in the food area, cryptographic, or in the health area, and at least one of these will be supported by us to expand this investment. And I thank you very much for your time. I thank you for the opportunity to collaborate. And now at the welcome reception that we will have right after this, if you want to talk more with me, if I can provide further information, I would be very happy to give you more information about it. Now I give the floor to Joel. Thank you, Marcelo, very much, and congratulations for your project that you mentioned. It's not something new, but you've been working there for a long time, right, Marcelo? Just wait, maybe if you have any questions, Marcelo is still here available. But as he said, we will have our reception afterwards, and if you can talk directly to him and ask him directly. It's very important for us that we're ending this day here, and it's very important for us to have this assessment done of this, all the event, each block, each panel. It doesn't take more than 2 or 3 minutes to do it, and you can answer all the questions. Please do it. It's very important for us. And information about this welcome reception, you can include your details, and you have the address, and we will meet there at 7:30 p.m. And those who haven't yet done their have subscribed yet, go on and put your name so that you can provide us information on you. Thank you very much for your presence, and I hope to count with you tomorrow back at 8 o'clock, and also tonight at the reception. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.